Yet I keep flirting, face deaf like a Steve Irwin. Whole heat, I'm a drink thermos. Got a bartender keep serving. Perfect, using dirty shit to clean dirt with. Only how we burning, traded oxygen to breathe herping. Smoke till I see curtains, lungs failing, they cease working. Air is something that I need urgent, suffocating, trying to squeeze words in. What would I do with my last breath? Would I yell? Would I cry? Would I laugh? Cause I'm glad that I passed, never felt that blessed. Even bad breath when you living is better than good breath when you lack flesh. Got a glass chest that I cracked and my lost breath hasn't made it back yet. I'm on my last breath, walking I'm on the last test. Final answer and my last guess. Wonder what's I'm on my last quest. So much harder than my last track. Mad bless, hope I can outlast death. Grim Reaper got my address. Down on my last cent. Cash spent from a check I don't even have yet from my last rent. Mad stress, I inherited my dad's debt. Never got to hear his last breath. And the only reason I ain't passed yet, I'm the first ever and the last left.
I let the record show. I let the tech explode. Put up no weapon show. Pull up the Texaco. Knuckles in Mexico. Call up the technical. They know the text will blow. Shots at I'm Plexico. Turn you to vegetable. Body electrical. Accident alkaline. Body so flexible. The shooter's feast like a Uber Eats. Got a group of these scooter bees. While letting the Uzi Aruga speak. And the American got up in Cuba eats. The powers they seek and powers the weak. They follow in creeps. Powers that be. Inherit the world from cowards and sheep. Bit to the mountains, top towers and peaks. Flowers and sweets and shower our feet. The lightning and thunder, the shower the sleep. Shower the D's. This not a verse, this our receipts.
What would I do with my last breath? Would I yell? Would I cry? Would I laugh? Cause I'm glad that I'm past that mess. Till I pass, never felt that blessed. Even bad breath when you living is better than good breath when you lack flesh. Got a glass chest that I cracked and my lost breath hasn't made it back yet. I'm on my last breath, walking the last step. I'm on the last test. Final answer and my last guess. Wonder what I gotta pass next. I'm on my last quest. So much harder than my last track. Mad bless, hope I can outlast death. Grim Reaper got my address. Down on my last cent. Cash spent from a check I don't even have yet from my last rent. Swear that shit has got me mad stressed. I inherited my dad's debt. Never got to hear his last breath in the yet I'm the first ever in the last left.
It's like a track finish. I attract women, they the bad women. I'ma splash in them, leave a bag with them. Then I raise seeds to be mad different. If I die now, I'm coming back in you. Cause they dad missing, but they cash dripping. Cause they royalty, so they brag different. Ain't no ass kissing, never had feelings. Seen a white victim and a black witness. Mac gripping on my last mission. Yak sipping, blowing blackism. Gat missing, he was lack slipping. Smack hit him, now we act different. Apparition, the bad vision. The Mac got chip him, a crash the system. Uncle Tom, could you that willing? Fuck the law, I'm going back to living. Astral prisms of black religions, activisms of conversations, sacrilegious, the palms of Satan, black magicians, Babylon erasing. Raise our hands to God be praising. Hustling, the marathon be racing. Nipsey at the finish line, he waiting.
What would I do with my last breath? Would I yell? Would I cry? Would I laugh? Cause I'm glad that I'm past that mess. Till I pass, never felt that blessed. Even bad breath when you living is better than good breath when you lack flesh. Got a glass chest that I cracked and my lost breath hasn't made it back yet. I'm on my last breath, walking the last step. I'm on the last test. Final answer and my last guess. Wonder what I gotta pass next. I'm on my last quest. So much harder than my last track. Mad bless, hope I can outlast death. Grim Reaper got my address. Down on my last cent. Cash spent from a check I don't even have yet from my last rent. Swear that shit has got me mad stressed. I inherited my dad's debt. Never got to hear his last breath. And the only reason I ain't passed yet, I'm the first ever and the last left.
All right there. Okay now. Okay then. All right. That right there was Last Breath. Brother Cambada. And our good brother Red and Blue Pill. That's right. Off of the Black Magic album. Y'all all right? Let's do this roll call. But before we do the roll call, do you think it's time to retire that song? I'm just, I'm curious. I want to know. I love the song. I'm waiting for the budget for the video. But do you think it's time to retire that? Because the Mon got heat. Let's be clear. Mon got some heat. I don't even listen to that song no more because I got heat. But it's not time to let the heat out. You know what I mean? It's the winter time. It's not really time to let the heat out. But you dig? If the family says it's time to retire that song, I'll go and talk to my peoples, and we'll see what we could do. I gotta go to the upper room and talk to the people, but I think it might be time for a new tune. I want to, I need a new shimmy. I need a new dance. I like the song, but we need some new energy. All right, so let's do this roll call. Oakland is in the building. Oakland, I didn't necessarily meet him, but I saw one of your heroes today, the good brother, the legend, the icon, Beast Mode. So Beast Mode today, Marshall Lynch. I was at Riverside Church, and Beast Mode was in the building. He was with Ryan Coogler and J. Cole. They were on stage, and they were having a conversation, a woke conversation. And it was nice, It's nice being amongst the woke folk because, they got their shit together. You can say what you want to say about woke people, but woke is the bag. When the woke folk come together, it's the money flying around, you know what I mean? So they tend to have their shit together, and it's not janky, It's mad booge ghetto, you know what I'm talking about? And I appreciate I appreciate spaces like that, I appreciate spaces like that. So shout out to Beast Mode. It was interesting listening to him talk because he got a whole lot of hood in him. You know what I'm talking about? He's not trying to apologize for being who he is, but he has some intellect and some insight. If you ask the right questions, you could get the right answers from him. You know what I'm talking about? Maryland is in the building. All right. NC is in the building. What's going on, NC? I'll see y'all very soon. The ink is dry. The ink has dried. The eagle has landed. South Carolina, Juneteenth. South Carolina, Juneteenth. Oh, I'm sorry, my FBAs. I don't think I'll be with you guys in Atlanta for the FBA conference. You know what I'm talking about? But we're going to be in SC for Juneteenth, South Carolina. So I'll give you more information on that as it rolls out. Yeah, Mound City was goody. All right. South Florida. Yeah, was popping. Chi-Town, downtown Atlanta, was really good. St. Louis, the UK. Okay. St. Louis in the building. Jackson, Florida's in the building. You did? North Chicago, they made a distinction. It's not South Chicago. It's not the South Side. Nigga, North Chicago's in the building. All right? Virginia's in the building. Was really good. KC is in this thing. Detroit. What up, though? You know what I'm talking about? Detroit. Savior's Day. Okay? We're talking about it. We might come and see y'all on Savior's Day. So keep that in the air. That's in February. All right. Louisiana, you already know the boot was good with Louisiana. I look forward to coming back to Louisiana. Houston is in the building. I will be back in Houston. Houston is like a second home. 434 Baltimore. I'm as soon universal knowledge. My guy, that's my guy right there. As soon as I'm looking for a house in Baltimore. To be honest with you, I love DMV. I'm not gonna pick which state. I love the whole DMV. I'm resonating with the whole DMV. The whole strip. I'm feeling all the way from Delaware. To be honest with you, Lenape territory for the Lenape Moors out there, the Lenape Indians. Yeah, that's Delaware. And VA, all of that is Lenape land. So I'm tied into that land real heavy. And whenever I go out there, I get charged up. Okay. So shout out to all of those territories. Yeah, like the 757. That's VA, right? Yeah. Peace. Charlotte is in the building. The 5 boroughs. You already know. Charlotte. That's right. All right. I got another November 14th in the building. Yes. Richmond is in the building. Yeah. How did everything work out with that gun rally? You all right? You okay? There was no incidents, right? I know your governor who likes being in blackface, he declared a state of emergency, but that's to get the extra bag. State of emergency is not an emergency. He's just doing that so whatever officers or whatever officials were working, don't they get paid extra some shit? Isn't there like funds that are allocated when there's a state of an emergency? And it gives it more press when he goes and did some dumb shit like that. State of emergency. It just gives it more press. It's the same thing that they did to that Charlottesville riot. It wasn't they were hyping it up the morning of. I was watching it on Joy AM. And I said in my mind, I was like, oh, this is about to be, this is all propaganda. So there's about to be some drama. There's something is gonna happen because they reporting on it before this march even began, and the language that they were using was very it was almost like they were anticipating something to go down. Yeah, what up, Greensboro? Chirac is in the building, of course. Dayton, Ohio. Okay. Charlotte in the building. Maryland in the building. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said rock out with the song. That's the hype song. ATL in the building. Let it ride. San Diego in the building. Switch it up with the months. Okay. All right. All right. That's cool. All right. All right. We could do that then. Pittsburgh. Memphis is in the building. All right. North Philly is in the building. You did? All right. It's goody, Jermaine. Somebody said it was crazy in Richmond. No incidents, though. Okay. Okay. That's for sure. I'm glad there were no incidents. Dominican Republic, by the way of Largo. Talk to me. Talk black to me. What's going on in DR? You know I was watching Tariq Nasheed's show. He was destroying the Dominican Republic yesterday. Brooklyn, Queens, Southwest Philly, Pasadena, Philly in the building. Yeah. Shout out to the whole family around the world. Love and light. Big shout outs, big facts, big peace. The NO is in the building. I was feeling lonely. Yo, who watches the Netflix series Hip Hop Evolution? Let me go and Google that. I just want to show y'all something. This is a very good show. I should get paid for doing all of this free advertisement. You know what I'm talking about? At least give me a free Netflix account, niggas. You know, Hip Hop Evolution. Because if you're a DJ, if you're an artist, whatever you, season 5, you ain't 5 seasons. What you doing? They had season 4 is here. It's a 4th season, right? So on the 4th season, they was exploring music out of New Orleans. And it was interesting. Let me share my screen real quick to show y'all what I'm talking about. They was going in on New Orleans, and they were talking about the musical influences of New Orleans. Most importantly, the fact that it was influenced by Trigger Man. Anybody ever heard of Trigger Man? I'm talking about? This is it. You see it? Hip Hop Evolution. Right? If you are a producer, you have to watch this show. This is must-see television for anybody who has anything to do with hip-hop. Do not consider yourself all-knowing. You was born in 2019. Yeah, I get it, you little 1-year-old. It's all good. You grew up in the world of mumble. It's all good. You grew up in a bando. You're trapping and sipping lean at 1. Cool. You doing what you do. Oh, you got a face tat and you're only 11 months. Okay, that's cool. But guess what? You need to tap in to the history of the culture that claims your monkey ass. Okay. And that's hip hop. And you need to go to the drawing board and you need to find out what made this thing what it is today, whether the good or the bad. It depends. I see the glass half full. You might see it. It's all gravy. Nobody's judging you. What I'm saying though, that that show, I thought I knew some stuff. I thought I was the all-knowing when it came to the culture. I'm learning every episode that I watch. It was highly enlightening. It's it's entertaining because they're actually going to talk to the rappers. The people have spoken. We're gonna keep the song. It's popping in DR right now. It's popping in DR. Let me finish this thought and then I'm gonna talk about the DR thing. So hip hop evolution. If you're a producer, it is imperative and it's important to learn the history of how certain producers created their sound. Listening to Timbaland talk, listening to Teddy Riley talk about how he put on the Neptunes, that was dope. That was dope. I did not really remember the fact that Teddy Riley left Harlem and went to Virginia and got that bitch popping with Rum Shaker. And then Pharrell was the ghostwriter. He wrote Teddy Riley's verse on Rum Shaker. That shit came out in like 1994. I remember going to the bike weekend and whatnot. I was a jit. I was a young Padawan. You know what I'm talking about? I just jumped off the porch. And I'm like, damn, Pharrell was he's writing songs all the way back then. But my brother KT, the arts degree, he was in high school and he wrote 4 songs on Left Eye's album, Supernova. That's all Factory. If you want to go and look up the credits, go look up Supernova and then you'll see his name, K. Thomas. That's Kamani Thomas, right? And he was songwriting all the way in high school. That nigga got a car off of that. He got a Honda Accord or something. You know what I'm talking about? He was doing a lot of stunting too. I'm gonna keep that, We're gonna keep that, we're gonna keep that right there in the chamber. We'll bring KT on one day and we'll continue that conversation about when he was signed to Lisa Left Eye Lopez and he was stunting on his big brother. Okay, we'll talk about that later down the line. How he didn't want me to meet Miss Lisa Lopez. He was blocking the kid. We're gonna talk about that later down the line. We're gonna talk about that later. So good. Where can you find Supernova? I have no idea. You got to go and research. Go and look. It might be a stream. It might be streaming. I don't know. But I know that my younger brother, I was extremely proud of him. I'm the older brother, right? I'm the older of the twins. Like, people don't even know me and Blue Pill are twins. That's how you know that niggas really think niggas look alike. Every nigga look alike. Because if you don't know that me and that man is a twin, like, do you think he's just around me so much that he's looking like me? I don't understand. But I'm the older of the twins. So I'm older than Blue and I'm older than KT. So when your younger brother is talking about, you know, I rhyme and I got raps, you're like, oh, do you? You know what I'm saying? Is that right? You know what I'm talking about? Really? And he went ahead and proved that he had his bars because he went and got signed as a writer. You know what I'm talking about? And I didn't even have a mixtape. You know what I'm talking about? I wasn't making no noise. And here come my little brother out of high school hitting 3-pointers on me. And I was like, okay, that was inspiring. That was inspiring. I don't even think I was taking it serious. I was living in Atlanta. This was like 2000. And KT was popping. KT had Fubu, Platinum Fubu. He had a vehicle. You know what I'm talking about? He had a bankroll. And he was at Lisa Left Eye's house damn near every day. Guess who was tight? Guess who was feeling a kind of way? You know what I'm talking about? But salute to that brother. Salute to that sister. You know, she was mad. She had a positive impact on my family. You know, we all loved her. I loved her from a distance. You know what I'm talking about? I think I was a little too toxic though in 1999 and 2000. I wasn't the red pill who you know today. You know, I wasn't this warm-hearted, easy to approach, you know, lovable character. You feel me? I was a little ratchet. You know what I'm talking about? I was a little ratchet. You know? I was a little ratchet. I needed some adjusting. And that's what consciousness and CMOS and, you know, spirulina, shit like that did for me. You know what I mean? But prior to that, I was in beast mode. You know what I'm talking about? I was in beast mode. I was on my I was on some Marshawn Lynch type of shit. I was wild ignorant. You know. That's why, you know, when you have like younger sons and shit like that, like if they in their teenager years and they on some young rich nigga shit, you know, they trying to emulate the Migos and whatnot, or they think that they 23 Savage. You just gotta let them be sometimes, because my head was in such a fog before I turned 30. Nigga, Jesus Christ could have walked through the door to have a conversation with me. I'd have just been rolling up while he was talking, but I wasn't listening. You know what I'm talking about? I was knuckle dragging for real. Like I was not, I had a hard head. Like I was not comprehending what people were trying to tell me. It did not sit with it. The shit did not download. I had a firewall. I must have had protection. I had Norton antivirus. I would not accept no one's downloads. Dr. Sabi was trying to talk. I wasn't trying to hear it. My mama was trying to talk to me. I wasn't trying to hear it. My brother was trying to talk to me. I was like, fam, I can't help you. Like, you know, I'm not trying to hear that shit. You over there talking about melanin. You saying what now? What are you saying to me? Like, what are we supposed to be getting down with? You know. No. KT to introduce, no, Sabi introduced KT to Left Eye. You know what I'm talking about? Sabi introduced KT, not the other way around. You know, KT got the Sabi plug. And, you know, once you get the Sabi plug with a celebrity, you basically kind of Gucci if they take into you. You know, Sabi was rocking with Left Eye, and then he linked them up, you know. And then I was like, wait, you went to Left Eye's house? I was like, oh shit, take me in my woes. He was like, nah, fam. That was one of the agreements. That we will not bring you over here to the mansion. You know what I'm talking about? So it was all good. You know, it was all good. You know what I mean? Cause I don't think I would have been meditating with her. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think if I would have went there, I would have went and sat down and drank some CMOS with her. I probably would have threw her off of her quote unquote healing. You know? I was a loose cannon. I'm gonna just keep it 1,000. I was boosting it. I would have took on a me out. I would have had her as the getaway driver. You know what I'm saying? I would have, you know, I could have corrupted her. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. You know, I get it. And I'm really kind of exaggerating. It wasn't that bad. But, you know, I'm at a place right now where I could reflect. Did she have AIDS? I hope not. You know what I'm saying? I hope not. I don't think she did. You know? I don't think she did. I was attracted to her. I'm going to just keep it 1,000 with you. I don't know. I don't think she had any kind of disease, but I was attracted to her. You know what I mean? I think I was younger than her. You know, I'm a fucking a hot-blooded young man. You know what I'm saying? So if a nigga is not attracted, like that's saying, like that's like saying, you know, you're a man, you're a guy, you're a dude, and you know, you run into a Leah and she's not your type. Well, then I just have to ask you, my nigga, what is your type? You know what I'm saying? I will have to evaluate you, like, brother, what's your type then? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you dealing with? Because I have a sorted type. I don't have one type. You know, I have an assortment of preferences. You know what I'm talking about? I have an assortment of preferences. You know what I mean? There's 7 days in a week. So I have an assortment of preferences. You know, there's more than one type of woman that lights my fire. You know? And she did it for me. She was intellectual, right? You know, she was a little crazy. Shit like that was turning me on back in them days. She had some dollars. She had a few dollars, you know, from what, you know, until I saw the TLC special, I was assuming she had a few dollars, you know. I had the blicky too, so I wasn't scared of Andre Rosin. We had a lot of blickies in Atlanta back in the days. You know what I'm talking about? So I wasn't intimidated by the football nigga at all. You know what I'm talking about? Because you could be Andre the Giant. If a nigga come with the Draco, you're gonna take a seat. You know what I'm talking about? You're gonna take a seat. Yeah, she had that sauce. She had that drip. She had a special sauce to her. So sometimes brothers like me, we just want to wallow in the sauce. You know what I mean? We just want to be in the broth. You know, we want to be like alphabet soup. We just want to be the noodle in the broth. We just want to, you know, marinate in her sauce. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not being explicit. I'm just saying sometimes you want to marinate in the aura. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just want to be around a person because they're sauce. They have a strong auric field, right? And then when you get into their auric field, or when you come amongst them, they have a magnetic pull to them. Like I said before, that magnetism, right? We could get super scientific with it, but I'm gonna stick to the mundane examples of what the power of magnetism, and when it comes to the genders, right? What we call the divine opposites. So the power of the divine opposites plays out in a magnet, right? So two magnets of different charges come together, right? There's a magnetic pull and it brings them together. But when you turn the magnets around, they repel each other, right? There's certain magnets. Remember you was trying to push them together when we used to be in school, and you had the magnets and they would bounce. There was an energy, there was an invisible magnetic energy that you couldn't necessarily see, but you know that it was present because it was stopping two magnets from connecting, right? So that would be equatable to someone in your life that you just can't stand. You know, BM, baby daddy, shit like that. You know, people that you don't like no more. Hold on. Somebody said that Andre had to fight Pac. Andre had to fight Pac. Well, Pac didn't pull out the blicky. I'm not fighting a football player. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna look like Martin when he went up against Tommy Hearns. You're not gonna have me. You know, I'm too self-conscious for that one. he would have had to meet the blicky. Okay, he would have had to meet he would have had to meet the 4-4 coming right through the door. I'm not fighting Andre Rison. We're not gonna wrestle. I'm not wrestling no football players. You know what I'm talking about? We're not doing that. You know. So I'm just glad that KT never introduced me to that young lady. That's all I'm saying. You know, it all worked out. But you know, the magnetism of a baddie. That should be a whole lecture. Y'all will come out to see that? Ladies, it would be ladies only. The magnetism of a baddie. Confessions of a baddie. No, the magnetism of a baddie. The magnetism of an Instagram baddie. That's a real topic. You know what I'm saying? So if a woman comes along and she has a strong enough pull, brothers, she could pull the best out of you. And I'm not talking about soul snatching. That's a whole nother conversation. Let's not even talk about that right now. I'm speaking about the fact that she can influence you to grow your hair out, right? You like, you know what? I'm gonna just go through the ugly phase and I'm gonna go for the locks because my girl is into the Marleys and whatnot. So I'm gonna just forego the ugly phase, you know, with the short dreads and everything. I'm gonna tough it out because, you know, she got me. Or I met a girl the other day. She had some yoga pants. You know what I'm talking about? You know, it looked like she had 2 basketballs holding her yoga pants hostage. And here I am. I can't do 5 pull-ups. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to the gym. She's going to bring out the best in you. Here it is. You going in beast mode. You hitting the gym, my nigga. You jogging and you jogging with white people in the morning. You don't even get down like that. You never used to wake up after 9 o'clock. Now you up at 5 o'clock doing push-ups, getting your breathing together because you don't want that first date that might potentially go to third base turn into a 2-minute ordeal. You don't want that. You know what I'm saying? So you're doing all kind of, you know, you bringing back leg day. You're doing the squats. You're getting your shit together. You know what I'm saying? You're doing toe raises. You know, because you might be on your tippy toes when you get a, you know, when you working that thing. You might have to get on your tippy toes. So you got to do toe raises and get yourself together. You got to get your motherfucking you got to get your what's that shit? Your what's that? Your hamstrings together. So a baddie, right? It's your preference because we all got preferences. You know what I'm saying? Some niggas grew up watching Color Purple and fell in love with Celie. Some niggas fell in love with Sugar. And some niggas fell in love with Harpo when she got knocked out. I know I did. You know what I'm saying? I know I did. Am I high? No, I'm sober. Sit-ups and push-ups early. That's a fact. Toe curlies. Baddies are frisbees unless they got knowledge. Now, remember, this is what I'm saying to my brothers out there about the power of a baddie. And I will explain this in the lecture. So I'm not going to negate. I'm not going to keep the brothers out. This will be for everybody. You have to utilize whatever magnetic pull that you can encounter because the name of the game, God bodies to be, is to become God. The name of the game is to manifest God within because God is innate. Meaning that inside of each one of us, right? And I'm not saying every 5 billion person on the planet because I'm under the impression that a lot of niggas is holograms. You know, I'm under the impression that everybody's not real, right? But there's something called a muse in the art circles. There's something called a muse. Mine like Andy Warhol. He was a straight Batiman, right? He didn't want no box. You know what I'm saying? But he had a lot of baddies around him. You understand? There's a lot of designers and whatnot. They're allergic to the vajayjay. You know what I'm saying? They allergic to the yoni. You know, the yoni is like kryptonite. Them niggas might melt if they touch the yoni. But they got the baddest of baddies around them. You understand? Because they bring something out of them. They motivate them. There's some, remember, they know what beauty is. They just don't want to have sex with it, I guess. But they know what beauty is. They don't miss when it comes to you could chill with, you know, you be like pointing the baddie out. They know what a beautiful woman look like. But they just don't want they don't want to romp with her. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to be in the romp. They don't want no boom boom room. You know what I mean? They don't want to pop no corks. You understand? They don't want no snapper. You know what I mean? And you know what? Life is too short for me to figure out why and why not. I can't, you know, that's not for me to figure out. That's just something that everybody in this world has to live with. You know, we are all wired differently. You know what I'm talking about? But they have these women around them as muses. They do their hair and talk, you know, gossip to them and shit like that. They do their nails, you know, they massage them, you know, they dress them, they put clothes on them. They're the stylists. They do the weave. They put in their lace fronts. You know what I'm talking about? So they be around the baddies. They do tattoos. You know what I mean? They do Brazilian waxes. They you know, they're right up front. They're face to face with the shit. But they don't want none of it. They don't want no smoke. You know what I'm saying? They don't want no smoke. And with all of that still being said, they'll still tell you women are the most beautiful creations of the Most High on this planet. And we find divine, they're trying to be like one in a sense. The women are so beautiful. They're so, you know, they bring out, they bring the woman out of a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Or because remember, you watch Pose and all of them things, them niggas is voguing and whatnot. They was around women who brought the divine feminine out of them. And then some women will bring the divine masculine, the Dr. Manhattan. You know, funny that I met the brother today at Riverside Church. His name is Yahya. He has a Muslim name. I don't know the whole name. Yeah, you damn right you are. Look at the ladies talking about, yes, we are. You know that you are. I mean, there's no, you know, we don't have to even get into that. You know what I'm talking about? You know, we don't even got to get into that. That's fucking hands down, you know, who's fucking with you? Chun-Li, right? Who could stand with you? Gandhi's wife? Who's fucking with you? Rachel Dolezal? Like, come on. We don't even have to have these conversations. It's a done data. You know what I'm saying? Selena? I don't think so. It's a done data. You know, y'all got this. You know what I'm saying? The world is in your hands. You got it. And, you know, brothers such as myself and all of my colleagues, you know, the men that are on this live tonight, we get inspired by, you know, beautiful women checking us out. You know what I mean? It's a magnetic charge. The same way that, you know, if y'all at the club, if you at Whole Foods, you know what I'm saying? If you in Walmart and you catch a nigga glancing, he's reminding you that you still have a magnetic pull on men. You might even be catching, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, it's straight and gay men checking y'all out. Like, damn, she's bad as fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? And good energy. Because remember, I said it before. The LBGT men, right? The brothers who decide that they want to forsake a heterosexual relationship, they still benefit off of the friendship of women, because if you are surrounding yourself with divine feminine energy, you don't got to be poking them. You don't have to have sex with them. It's not about penetration. To be honest with you, the whole aspect of intercourse, you know, ultimately is to procreate. You're not supposed to spill your seed, meaning that your pullout game, You're not even supposed to be bragging about that. You're supposed to, you know, if once you go in, my nigga, it's supposed to be to procreate. Now, I don't know how many hundreds of years ago that was the rule, but in my meditations, that's what it's showing me. That when you bust a nut and it's not to create a life, you committed a sin against yourself, your lineage, and all other things. So we got a lot of, you know, for niggas out here with 8,000 bodies and whatnot who don't got no kids, you got some splaining to do, you know what I mean? Because you're not living by the standards of what God, who's supposed to recreate himself on, you know, I mean, we're in a capitalistic society, of course. We're in the wilderness of North Mexico, of course. We're in these modern day times, this Greco-Roman post, you know, post fall of the Moors. We're in a, hold on. We're in a very interesting time, right? We're in a very interesting times. So I understand. I'm getting. I'm not advocating for, you know, because this shit could trigger somebody who had a runaway, you know, a runaway baby daddy or a runaway boyfriend who didn't stick around. Y'all trying to think that I'm out here telling y'all, you know, just to go telling men to go ahead and plant their seeds. And I'm saying, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that for those who can procreate, for those who can take care of a seed, you know, you should do that. You know what I mean? You should get into that because there's nothing more divine than recreating yourself. Fuck what anybody tells you. There's nothing more divine than recreating yourself. You know what I mean? Of course, with the right one. And I say the right one because the right one, it might not be the right one for you. It might be the right one for somebody else. But in this life that we live in, everybody has a right one. You know, it might be some right ones. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, I ain't mean to put you on blast. I'm just saying. I wanted Keys to see that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to forward him this video. I want my brother to know that, you know, that he's, you know, that his divine seed is wanted. We shouldn't be shy about that. You know, we should not live in a society where men should be ashamed or women should be ashamed to let a brother know. You know, I want to carry on your tradition. How divine is that? Like, how sacred is that for a black woman to tell a black man, yo, I want to carry on your whole fucking lineage? Because that's what they're doing, brothers. They're carrying on a heavy ass lineage inside of their womb, and they're giving birth. They're giving you an extension for another 100 years. Ashe. You know what I mean? We should give them some more gifts. Ashe. You know? How real is that? Because to be honest with you, what else? Yo, we here to get the bag. No, we're not. The bag is a construct. Yo, we here to rule shit. No, we're not. Ruling and all of that shit, that's the construct. Yo, we here to this. Yo, we here. No, we're not. The only thing that we here to do, there's two things. There's two primary forces that control us. And that's survival and food. So we're supposed to survive by any means necessary, the law of self-preservation, but surviving is procreating yourself. Because if I get eaten by a grizzly bear and I'm the last man in my bloodline, there's going to be no more red pills. There's going to be no more Morelands. There's no going to, you know, this godly bloodline that we got, it's not going to continue. Yeah, sex and survival. My bad. It's not even food and survival. The two primary forces is sex and survival. Go into the jungle. The animals, they don't watch Pornhub. They don't read Playboy magazines, but they know how to let that shit hang. You know what I'm saying? They know how to get busy when the time is right. Remember, there's something called mating season. So certain animals is running around having sex frivolously, you know what I mean? With no direction. But then there's other animals that are doing it on a cycle when their time, when their clock is ticking, when they're ovulating and stuff like that, when it's called mating season. And then after that, they're worrying about survival. Eating is survival. Eating, you know, eating food is a survival. Let me be clear. Eating nourishing food is survival. So, you know, if you could get sex and nourishment at the same time, nigga, you could survive. And that's the primary force. I didn't make this up. I'm not trying to solicit no draws. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? My plate is full. But I'm just giving you I'm giving you the facts. You know, that is the facts. The facts is that, you know, we are here. I don't care what society has told us. I don't care what the feminists are saying. I don't care what the fucking church has said. We are here to survive. We are here to multiply ourselves. Nigga, if I could, I would have 100 of me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even feel accomplished. I'm on some Sabi. I would do the Sabi. I would take the Sabi plan. I would make 100 of me. You know, I don't think that it would be 100 children from one woman. But if I had it, if the kingdom was intact, you know, if I had the resources and the land, I would continue to procreate myself. But what I would do is I would keep it a buck. I would have all of the mothers living together. Like, that's important. We would have to have like some island and whatnot, and everybody would have to get along. You know, everybody would have to get along. The children would have to know each other and love each other and play with each other and be there for each other, you know, and there would have to be a level of peace. And I'm not spreading myself amongst all of these women. Nah, I ain't even talking polygamy, because I'm going to keep it 1,000 with you. I'm not sleeping with 8 women at once. You niggas could have that. You take that. I'm good. I'm 44. I'm not doing all of that. You're going to get a child and then we're going to keep it moving. Okay. That's what we're going to do. Because I'm talking about 100 children. So a nigga needs some energy. You know what I mean? Like, I can't be laying up with all of these women. You know what I'm saying? Because to be honest with you, in certain traditions, that's not really how this shit is done. It's not a sexual thing. It's a procreation thing. And then there's the family business thing. And then there's also like, we're building out a society. You know what I'm talking about? We're not keeping it to the lower. We're not keeping it on a carnal red chakra. We're not doing, yo, I want to hit it up tonight. I'm going to tear that up. And you're going to watch, and you're going to watch, and then you're going to watch. And so are you. Yeah, we're going to get it in. You know what I'm talking about? Bring your iPhone 11. We're going to film this shit. Like, nah, I'm good. I don't, you know, maybe I don't know. I'm saying that on Monday, but, you know, shit changes. The only thing constant is change. Maybe on Tuesday, I'm feeling kind of freaky. But for right now, nah, I'm good. Because the children, the important part to me at 44 and the wisdom that I have now, which is different from the wisdom of a 24-year-old or a 34-year-old, to me, the most important key is the family structure. And it's about, you know, not just bringing in children frivolously, but satisfying the request of the mother if they want a child, first of all. And, you know, building up a very strong structure. Like, my daughter is 6 years old, and I encouraged her grandmother. I was like, you know, because she loves to be on YouTube. She loves to, when she sees my videos, she loves to watch me on YouTube. You know how these children are with the phones. So I'm like, yo, I went to Houston for Christmas and she was unboxing the LOL dolls, going crazy and shit. So I'm like, well, she on YouTube watching little kids play with the LOL dolls. Why don't she just do her own channel where she's unboxing her own toys? Because these little niggas getting millions of dollars doing that. You know? And like I said before, like, if I had, like, if Tyler Perry Studios wasn't, you know, if there was like a black studio like that, where the owner wasn't dealing with sodomizers and people who you can't leave your children around, I would be more reluctant to say, yo, I want to put my daughter in the show business because she's a fucking star. Like, that, it's not on me. Her mama got her on that. She just naturally like that. So I told her grandmother, yo, make her a channel. So she got herself a little channel where she's doing unboxing toys and whatnot. And it's like, you have children and you see the billionaires, or you see the magic, or you see the star in your seeds, you know, star seeds. You see the greatness in your seeds from the first day. I saw the greatness in my daughter the minute she came out the womb, and my son, both. And I'm not getting up here on some braggadocio or whatnot. I'm just a parent. And I'm a parent speaking to other parents. And I'm just being honest about what the fuck I saw and what I felt when some niggas be fainting in the goddamn delivery room. Nigga, I saw the future. When my son was born, I felt my life extend. I was 30 years old. You know what I mean? I was just getting out of the ignorant stage. I was almost like 6 and 7 years in, you know, into this consciousness. And to see a human being come out of the womb of a woman who I was, you know, in love with, that did something to me. You know what I'm talking about? And when I looked in his eyes, I saw a star seed. Like, I saw greatness. And from that point on, I was like, oh, hell nah. You got to get your shit all the way together. Like, you got to stand up, because here it goes. You out here creating niggas that's greater than you. was really good. And I found a purpose that no money could have gave me, that no Instagram status could have gave me, that no car, no European car, no fucking red bottoms, no red monkey jeans, nothing could have gave me that. Nothing in this world but to see me procreate and recreate myself, my DNA. That's it. That was the most divine, powerful, most godlike thing. That showed me that there was a higher power more than any book that I have ever read. That showed me that women were to be honored and respected in more ways than I was willing to honor and respect them prior to that. I didn't understand this concept. You know what I'm saying? I was out here skeeting. I didn't understand the concept of a child and what it really meant. You know what I mean? You really got to go through that shit and see it yourself. And I was like, he's going to be greater than me. I could just see it in his face. And like at 1 years old, he was doing shit that I didn't do at 1 years old. And I checked up. I asked my mom, was I on that shit? She was like, nah, he wasn't. It took you to about 3 years old to do that. So I'm saying all of that to say that we need to honor the mothers of these children, guys. You know, we need to tell them that we love them. You know, I'm not with the mothers of my children. I met their boyfriends. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're good. But they know that I love them, you know, because we have a child. You know what I'm talking about? We have a child. And that's the most important thing. You know, that is the most important thing. And at the end of the day, to be honest with you, the relationship and the love that the relationship garnered was the love that created that goddamn child. You know what I'm talking about? That child crystallized all of that love in a flesh body. In a flesh body. So it was mission accomplished. And then the respect and the love for the child keeps our love intact. So I'm responsible. I'm there. I'm holding it down. I'm making waves. I'm making moves. I'm creating a future for them that I'll be able to pass on a legacy. And I'm standing up. That's my end of the bargain, to be fucking great. You know what I'm talking about? To be great. And I'm going to give them more brothers and more sisters. You know, I'm going to extend, I'm going to grow their family, because I'm not going to be here forever. So what can I leave behind but more siblings who are, you know, they have to be, you want to make sure that the siblings are healthy. You don't want to give birth to no demons, because, you know, that could be that could be a detriment to the whole goddamn, you know, community or the village. So you want to be, you know, you don't want to have no slip ups. And how do you have slip ups? Oh, let me say, you have slip ups by being irresponsible, popping Xannies and perks and ecstasies and mollies and going out and just sliding up in anything. And there is no pullout game. Or you on, you know, you on fans only and you swiping up for $40. Or you just out here busting down a bust down. Or you just wanted some box, but you didn't strap up. And now it's turning into something different. You know, you don't want to make these mistakes. You know what I'm talking about? You don't. You want to plan. If your seeds are coming, you want to plan it cosmically, like on the day of an alignment or something, or on a special day, or, you know, you want to get into a spiritual practice. You know, you want to intentionally, through your willpower, manifest these star seeds. You want to invoke, right? I'm not going to necessarily tell you the ritual that me and my daughter's mother did, because that's private. That, you know, that's intellectual property. That's private information. I put it in a book or something, but, you know, we did a ritual. This was in 2012, and it was on a powerful date, and we did it to bring down a goddess, a star seed, and it happened. It was magic, you know. So it was intentional. It was intentional, right? So I'm saying that just to say that, yeah, you know, that's what that, you know, unfortunately, this message may not be received the way that it should be received because of society's, the fact that society has put all of these negative connotations on childbirth, because people have been abandoned and they don't even want to talk about, you know, it's taboo for a Black man, especially, to even speak of fatherhood. Niggas don't want, they're like, you got some nerve. You know what I mean? How dare you? You're talking about procreating? Like, you know, where's your money? What land do you own? And all of this dumb shit. And I'm like, you're losing me, because, nigga, your great-great-great-grandmama Mabel, she didn't have no fucking land. She had 30 niggas. You know what I mean? She gave birth to 30 goddamn children. You know what I mean? She didn't have an EBT card. You know what I'm talking about? She didn't have a Pathmark. She didn't have Costco's, a Western Beef. She was out there chasing down a chicken, bodying the shit right in the yard. You know what I mean? You know, she was picking shit out the yard. She had her own garden. But she had 30. It was 30 of them. So she was being mad fruitful and multiplying. That's why your ass had 100 uncles that would hold you down and whatnot, and was taking care of your ass when you was running home from school. You know what I'm talking about? You need to thank Nana fucking Mabel with the 2 elbows, who looked out. who looked out and was able to cook and feed all 30 of them. That's wealth to me. You know, that's wealth. That's a treasury to me. You know, that's what's considered to be riches in real society. Not in this capitalistic society. They have stolen your values, and they have you thinking that riches and wealth is fiat, and the fact that you could own somebody. And it's not that. You know, last night, yesterday for that matter, to bring this whole thing home, I had the pleasure of attending my brother, your brother, Black Dot's book signing release for his son Malcolm. It was at a place called Terrace 116 in Harlem. It's fire. The spot was very fire. Look forward to doing something there in the future. He had a book release called Urban Excellence, and I recommend, if we create babies, Pill, not generations. I don't know. I think that if you create the child that I'm creating, right? I have a child coming in 2020. Okay, I'm just let the cat out the bag. So my child is going to be a part of the 2020 generation. My son was born in 07. He's a part of his generation. So your children are part of the generations. So yeah, we have yeah, nah. What are you talking about? We do give birth to generations. You know what I'm saying? We do give birth. Thank you. We do give birth to generations. You know, your child is a part of that generation. My father and my mother, they gave birth to us in the 70s, and we part of the 70s generation. But if we were not born, he would not have a contribution to our generation. So my father and my mother would not have a contribution to that generation. So they would be kind of like, they couldn't really relate because they didn't contribute to the generation. So I'm contributing. They talking about how you can make the world a better place. You could contribute. You know what I mean? You could contribute to society by creating these star seeds and these indigos, because these indigos and these star seeds and these children, that especially the ones that are coming now, they're going to be the ones that are going to help fix some things. They're going to be the ones that are going to help turn some things around. It might not necessarily be at the time where you want your child to be, you know, a shining example of, you know, what you want them to be. And I explained this as well, that, you know, my mom's, Dr. Sabi, my father, right? My father's a professor. Okay. And he's a professor. I'm on my show. At you back. All right. My dad is a professor, and he was a professor before we was even born, and he's still a professor. He was a professor at Columbia. I was just near Columbia University, and my mom's was a student at Columbia. Okay, go figure, right? We'll talk about that one day. And so for my whole life, that's all I've seen is, you know, my dad and my father raised us. You know, my mom's raised us, but they were not together. And my mom's was on the road doing road work with healing AIDS and fighting the Supreme Court and fighting the haters who were trying to sabotage her from Dr. Sabi. And then when they were working together, her and Sabi and the Fig Tree, they had a lot of haters and people who were trying to, it wasn't just the Supreme Court. It wasn't just people trying to take Sabi to go to court. It was these niggas that was out here hating on C. Moss, spirulina, you know, Nervino, Maya, all of the herbs that they were pushing. They had haters. So my pops, we was rocking with my dad. My dad, like I said, like not a fake professor, nigga, a real professor, like a college professor. You know what I mean? African studies to this day. You know what I'm talking about? And I can't necessarily say what college he's at right now because, you know, I don't need no weirdos because I got enough stalkers by myself. Niggas that start stalking my dad and whatnot. So we're going to let him live. But, you know, he instilled a lot of shit in us. And as a result of him instilling values into me and my brother, of course, he wanted us to grow up to follow in his footsteps. He wanted me to go to Parsons. He got me into the new school. He got me into Parsons. He got me into a few schools because he's a professor. And I did not want to go to those schools. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because I wanted to go to the school of Rikers Island. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to go to Rikers Island Academy. You know what I mean? I was on some Aaron Hernandez pause. I was like, this is not jail, nigga. This is after school, nigga. This is higher learning. You know what I'm talking about? I was in jail learning shit. You know what I mean? I was learning how to survive in the jungle by watching apes and lions and fucking barracudas tear each other up. That's what I was learning from. I was like, oh shit, that's how you move. You know what I mean? And it was an academy. Yeah, it's a school of hard knocks. And it was an academy that a lot of people flunked and failed. That's a fact. So I didn't reach my potential on my mama's time or my father's time. Thank God to the ancestors that they both are still here. Thank God to the ancestors that they both were able to see me and my brother grow into who we have grown into and overcome the ball and chain that we both, because my brother did more time locked up than I did. You know, quiet as kept. My brother did bids. He did like 2 here, 3 there, 6 months there, 90 days. Like, we were wrapped up, fam. Like I said, one of these pet detective niggas is gonna try to, the rap sheet, nigga. I could just put out a book on eBay right now, just be my rap sheet. I could put a book out on Amazon. It'd just be my rap sheet with some commentary, and that shit will sell because it's pretty thick. You know? And the 90s was not a game, y'all. The 90s, and I always bring it back to the 90s because I really be trying to explain to people shit wasn't that long ago, 1. 2, the remnants of the 90s is still being echoed today in popular culture, in hip hop, in niggas like me who are still traumatized from the shit that went down when we were younger. And then we traumatize the niggas after us. And then they traumatize the niggas after them. And then it's a vicious cycle. So shit rolls downhill. Nobody can escape the traumatization of the crack era and the fucking the grimy 90s. You know? So the fact that look, I'm still in prison since the 90s, no joke. Right? I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up, and I'm not using that tweet right there to make fun of nobody. I feel for you, my brother. You should hit us up if you behind the wall, because I could link you to some people who could take care of you book-wise. Paul, let me clarify that statement. Some people who could send you information. This weekend, I met a brother in Harlem. He just came out the feds. He said that the Moors is one of the fastest growing groups behind the wall because a lot of the Muslims and a lot of the brothers who are like into the NOI and whatnot. How you watch YouTube in jail? Niggas got phones in jail. We talking about they got cell phones in jail. You know what I'm talking about? They got cell phones. They got iPhone 11s in the pokey. So nah, he could be in real jail. I don't put that past nobody. He could be in real jail because when I was going through the motherfucking halls of justice, they was sending brothers up all the way back then. They was giving niggas 40s and 30s and 50s. And I'm not even talking about for no murder. These is not violent offenders, y'all. These were drug dealers with football numbers. They were giving people death sentences, slow death sentences. Because you go up north and you get 30 or 40. Yeah, you could come home when you're 70, but you might not come home. You might not come home. You might catch a fresh one up there because they're going to send you to where the lifers are. And you might catch another 20. You might not come home, y'all. I promise you. Shit real behind the walls. You know, look at the shit in Mississippi with the jail that they had to protest and whatnot. Parchment. You niggas don't want to go behind no walls. You know what I mean? You do not want that smoke. That's not where it's at. So, like I said, I'm glad that we got our shit together and we woke the hell up before it was too late. You know? And my father, who is a professor, I could proudly tell him, I'm a professor. And my mom's, who's a healer and a teacher, I could proudly tell her, I'm a healer and I'm a teacher, you know, to a degree. So I'm honoring my mama and my father. So my days will be long on the earth. I have not forsaken their teachings. I have not forsaken Dr. Sebi's teachings. You know, I have not forsaken the foundation in which they stand on. I'm standing on the foundation. I'm carrying on tradition. My brother KT, the arts degree, he's carrying on tradition to his father, George Edward Tate, who was the poet laureate of Harlem, right? He's carrying on the tradition of Dr. Sebi, Alfredo Bowman, you know what I mean? Being a Sebi baby. He was one of the first Sebi babies. He's carrying on that tradition. And like I said, for my father, who's African, he's an African literature, you know. Yeah, we're doing our part. So somebody said phones or mortgages in prison. Yeah, phones is in, they got phones in there, y'all. Don't get it fucked up. They got them phones popping. They got them phones popping. You know? So to sum up what I was saying, because when you look at the revolutionaries, today is Martin Luther King's birthday, MLK. One of the things that we've seen throughout history or throughout time is, you know, yeah, I think they are proud of me, you know? I think they are proud of me. My mom's told me she was proud before. My dad said it. You know, he mentioned that he was proud. So I don't think they have no reason to lie to me. You know, but they see what's they. You know, they see this. They see what's happening. You know, what I'm talking about. They see the drip. Yeah. Hold on. We're gonna do the gender reveal. Yeah, keep it right there. So, like in Martin Luther King's situation, you have the situation where the children don't honor the father. The children don't carry on the traditions of the fathers or the daughters. And we're talking about great leaders who made great sacrifices, who died. Some of them were assassinated. And they have these children who are entitled. Some of them are brats. Some of them grew up to be, you know, they don't even want to carry on not just the tradition, they don't even want to carry on the bloodline. They don't want to make babies, you know. Then you have other situations where the child brings disgrace to the father, like Larry Fishburne's daughter, right? She was going to get into porn and all of this dumb shit. Remember that? Then you have Martin Luther King's children. They out here cooning and nigga-splaining, you know, because of what they think their father would have said. What's his name? Bernard King? Yeah. Then you got yeah, Mr. Ovary Massager, he said it. You know. Then you have certain elders who left behind libraries of books, archives of research, treasure chests of information. And then they make transition and the children put it in storage or throw it away or sell it for peanuts, right? You have all of these legacies that we are familiar with, where the children refuse to pick up the motherfucking mantle. They refuse to carry on tradition. They refuse to honor their mother and their father so their days on this earth could live long. They kind of fall back and you know, maybe the moms was Christian and shit, or maybe the moms was passive, or maybe the moms was just a regular moms. You know, it tends to be like the children just go siding with the moms if the father was a warrior, or if the father was anti-Peckerwood, or if the father was anti-system. It's like the moms would be like, they'll fucking castrate the goddamn son. Oh, I don't want nothing to happen to you. You know, oh, I don't want what happened to your father to happen to you. You know, not honoring the legacy of the goddamn child and the father. The fuck is you talking about? Nigga, the father gave birth to that son to bust his gun. What is you talking about? Not to be some goddamn square. Not to make it through life with regrets because you never fucking developed a pair of balls. Not to grow, not to go through life and not grow your wings. Do you understand? It's going to take something. It's something called pressure. And that's what life has to offer. You can't be afraid to get some motherfucking pressure on your shoulders. And these parents are so fucking, they so moist. You know what I mean? They so scared. They so fearful. And I understand. I'm a parent. So nobody wants to see their child suffer at all. Nobody wants to you know, point their child into the direction of a burning building. But there's something called rites of passage, mama. And rites of passage is what the child had to do, mostly the boys, to become men. And you might never see your little man again. Well, look, in Chicago, for the people that's on the chat from Chirac, like Rondo #9, early Chief Keef and Fredo Santana and them, you know, their rites of passage was being on O Block. You know, for the brothers out here in New York City, the young Blickies and whatnot in Ebbetsfield that are out here at the Chews that are out at war with the Wolves, the young Blickies, the shooters that are at war with the Crips in the 90s, and they and vicariously with the Bloods from Flatbush. That's their rites of passage, because they got to survive this street war that they got going on, because real bullets are flying. And they really out here drilling each other. And these are teenagers from 11 and up, right? These are child soldiers in a quote unquote developed country. You know what I mean? They at war with real military guns too. They're not shooting handguns. They shooting Fortnite guns in the hood. So everywhere that we look at Atlanta. You got these young kids trying to be little baby. They running behind the trapper. They running behind Migo and all of them. They hopping out with 30 with extendos. Little niggas kicking in doors and tying niggas up and wetting shit up like a video game. So they're going through a level of rites of passage that no one necessarily agreed to, but we make soundtracks for these little niggas. Oh, do we ever make soundtracks for that adventure in the jungle? Niggas got soundtracks. You understand? Yeah, remember the kid named Yummy from Chicago? He was the prototype for the young ones that was out here bodying shit. Little Yummy was 12. My son is 12. I couldn't imagine my son being a goddamn killer at 12. He be trying to kill me, but that's about it. You know what I mean? He be trying to kill me with the flying elbow, some WWF shit. He'll jump off the table and try to hit me with the Roman Reigns motherfucking with the Brock Lesnar chokehold. You know what I'm saying? But it's all fun and games. These little niggas is not playing games. They will body something. They shooting up everything. They clapping mamas, little babies. They just drive by hitting everything. So because we don't have an agreed upon rites of passage, because we not sending these little niggas to get their face scarred, you know, like in Africa, the way that we do face scars is on Rikers Island, when you get cut with a gym star. I was just on a train yesterday, and it was a Spanish dude. He was a little older, and he had the word DAD carved on his face with a razor. That's what they used to do when I was on Rikers Island. They call it artwork. They will draw on your face with a razor. It wasn't no regular cut. These niggas was doing lines and circles. You know what I'm saying? Like Photoshop. They was out there drawing on your face with a razor. And then they will point you out. Yo, look at my artwork. I got a Picasso right there. These were predicates. They had to put mittens on these niggas because they would, the only thing that they was doing is cutting everything all day. It's called a predicate, a red ID. The ID was the color red, and they used to wear red mittens because they would cut everything. Yeah, I know they out here in London, you know, they drilling each other with the knives and whatnot. They shanking each other. I'd rather get shot, to be honest with you. Any of you niggas ever get stabbed? You don't want to get stabbed. Somebody said, and he just went for that. I don't think that he necessarily went for that, but if, you know, I don't know if you ever seen somebody get cut with a razor before, or I don't think you ever seen, you know, when shit is popping off and people are brawling and whatnot, you know, It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. But it did look like that nigga sat still like a tattoo because the lines were straight. The shit said dad, it said DAD in a straight line. So yeah, that's a good check. That's a good question. Did he just sit through that shit? But yeah, in the UK, they out there stabbing each other. You know what I mean? That's not what's up. I seen the size of the knives that they out there using. They not using butterfly knives, family. These niggas is coming out with machetes and swords. You know, my father told me, run from a knife and charge a gun. Run from a knife and charge a gun. Don't charge no knife. A nigga pull a knife out, you live to fight another day. Take off. Take off. If he pull out a gun, you can charge the gun. If he, you know what I mean? It depends. If you see the 30 clip extendo, or if a nigga pull out a Draco, I say run. You know what I mean? My father told me that in the 80s. The guns done changed. You know what I'm saying? Machete from Jamaica and Africa on London streets. Oh, I already know. And what they're doing is they're drilling. Is it not? Are they not drilling? They call it drilling. They're drilling like the niggas in Chicago were drilling, but they don't have access to the guns like that. So they're utilizing the knives. But in New York City in the 90s, we was out here. Yeah, you go gun to gun in prison. You definitely go gun for gun. But what if you don't got no gun? What if you don't got no gun? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I already know they're not shanking to injure each other. They trying to pull guts out. No, the gang culture, they've been inspired by America. When I went over to the UK, you know, oh yeah, I mean, you're not running in jail, my nigga. I'm not saying don't run in jail. Like if you locked up, there's nowhere to run. You better get it on. Wrap your blankets around you and some shit and get it on. But you need to have it should be fair, like you were saying, shank to shank. If it's shank to knuckles, my nigga, you should think, you know, you might have to want to tap out of that one because you ain't gonna get past that. You're not gonna beat nobody with your knuckles. Well, the drillers catch a body in Chicago and rap about it. It ain't no difference. In America, the drillers that catch a body, they write on Twitter, yo, I'm smoking a pack of this nigga. I'm smoking this nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. The UK have been influenced by America. The UK was influenced by drill culture in America. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Your best defense, if you don't got a gun in prison, is to wrap a motherfucking shirt or something around your hands and grab the knife and then lock and get that shit out of whoever is is trying to stab you. UK trapping, they call it. Oh yeah? Okay. Mind them on the road, innit? What laws are heavy for weapons? Where? What laws are heavy from the weapons? We learn from America, they the violent one. Ask Tupac. You know, Tupac was getting a lot of violence done to him. You understand? I mean, he did clap 2 police, but Tupac was getting a lot of violence done to him. Okay, let's be clear. Niggas was using, they was violating Tupac a lot. Niggas jumped him. He got shot twice in New York, and he got shot where he died. You know, so just watching Tupac, you can see the violence in America. Tupac wasn't running around doing a lot of violence. It was the victim. He was victim, like 50 Cent wasn't out there shooting anything, nigga. He got shot. You know what I mean? Let's be clear. Niggas got, you got gas, the people got gassed up because he survived the shots, and then he went to the gym. So it looked like he was out here shooting niggas, but the nigga got shot. He was a victim. You understand? He was an op. He wasn't the one that did the shooting. He got shot in his face and all that. He got violated. You know what I mean? And the one who shot him, he got killed by somebody else. But because I knew who shot him. And if he didn't get killed, he would have made sure that he finished his job. So that nigga, whatever angels Curtis Jackson has working with him, he needs to continuously feed them and thank them. You know, because somebody looked out for him, and they took Homo up out of here, because Homo would have finished him. You know what I mean? You know, and it was a hit. I don't even think Homo knew the nigga, but you know, y'all watch the mobster movies. Niggas, if somebody pay for your head, if somebody pays for your head, if somebody pays to body you, then you could get bodied. You know? Wow. In the UK, you could get 5 to 10 years for a knife. And if used in a harmful way, your sentence is like 20. God damn. Shit. Yeah, I heard about the skinheads. Even in Brixton, they had some shit with the skinheads fighting. That's where the whole sicko mode thing. I heard about that whole sicko mode. The shit that Drake was rapping about. They had the white boy that was basically, I think he was eating people's flesh. He was killing niggas and then eating them or something. What's that about? Y'all know about that is? Y'all know about that story? The sicko mode? And they had the white boys who would be fighting people at the soccer games. Remember that? 50 Cent ruined New York unity. Was there unity before 50 Cent? Was Jay-Z getting along with niggas in Harlem? Wasn't Jay-Z and Cameron, or it wasn't Jay-Z and Mace beefing? Wasn't Jay-Z and DMX kind of Jay-Z, DMX, and Ja Rule was supposed to come together. But Jay-Z was hating on Nas. It wasn't that much unity. 50 Cent he basically seized on the fact that it was Fat Joe was beefing with Jay-Z. Big Pun and Terror Squad, they had a fight with Jay-Z and all of them. So, you know, the boroughs have always been separated. If you don't know how New York is set up, there's 5 boroughs: Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, Staten Island, and none of them get along. Okay? And Manhattan, money making Manhattan. None of the boroughs are necessarily, you know, in love with each other. You dig? You know. Oh yeah, the hooligans is what they call them, right? The hooligans in the UK. They taught us about the hooligans. The hooligans was beating niggas up at the soccer games and acting up. Yeah, Ray and Ghost, the Wu-Tang was beefing with Big. Big and them had jumped the boot camp clip. They had jumped the Little Caesar and them had jumped on the niggas from Brooklyn. So they jumped on Fat Franklin Ave, like the boot camp clip and all that. So they was bound to bump heads again, and that was over some Tupac stuff. So New York wasn't on some we all love each other. Blue Pill said 9/11 couldn't happen until Dr. Khalid Muhammad was dead. Blue Pill said that. You gotta ask him why he said that. It's not until you move to LI, Queens, mass shootings. You gotta remember when it comes to Queens niggas, and it's no offense to niggas in Queens because, you know, Queens is whatever. You know what I mean? Queens has some great people that come from there. But Queens had an identity crisis for many of their years. You know, Queens had an identity crisis. That's even when you have that beef with KRS-One where you had to wash up the niggas from Queens. You know, Queens, like I said, on Rikers Island, whenever they would say Queens, they'd be like, Queens. And Rikers Island is on Queens. But the Queens gangster or the Queens was not respected. Queens was where the Queens was at. You know what I mean? Queens is exactly what it sounds like. You know, Queens sounds like what it sounds like, where the ladies are. That's what all of the baddies used to be. And they were innocent, right? They were like around the way girls. They were clean. They wasn't corrupted like some other girls are. You know, they had houses and, you know, Queens, a lot of houses, homeowners, you know, Nicki Minaj type shit. You feel me? Don't let her gas you up. You know what I'm talking about? Please don't let her gas you up. You know, she wasn't, you know, she was neighborhood. That's community right there. She from Queens, so she couldn't necessarily resist a Brooklyn nigga. You know what I mean? She was with Safari, right? Yeah, yeah. Queens get the money? Really? They do? They buy bundles? Yeah, Coming to America. Remember? That was in Queens. But Queens, they didn't have, you know, that's why you have all of those Queensbridge rappers, Nas, Mobb Deep, Tragedy, Gaddafi, you know, Nature, Cormega, you know, Tribe Called Quest. This is not blue, this is red. Oh, here you go, Blue. Blue said Khaled would have turned up and told everyone 9/11 was BS, so that couldn't happen on Khaled's watch. That's right, Blue. Because to be honest with you, Khaled had the voice around the year 2000s and 2001. It was no longer the Farrakhan show. You know what I'm saying? Farrakhan had the ears of the streets in like the 80s, the late 80s. Then Malachi Z. York had the ear of the streets. And then Father Allah had the ear of the streets from the 70s. You know what I mean? And then it was, I guess it was Father Allah. And then Farrakhan comes in with the revamping of the nation. And then Khaled comes in with him. He's a fire starter. He's a firecracker, you know. And their influence was being felt because the young hip hoppers, you got Ice Cube was hot right there. Ice Cube was hot. Yeah, AZ is from Brooklyn. Let's be clear. AZ is from BK. Don't do that. You know, I'm going to get back to that, but let's get it back to the Queens things. LL Cool J, Run DMC, right? Now, you know New York. You know the prototype of a New Yorker. Like, these were people who came from good families. They were not the prototypical New Yorkers in a sense. They were more like a commercialized New Yorker, right? Run DMC, Run's House, LL Cool J, I Need a Beat, Can't Live Without My Radio. You know what I mean? It was, he was safe. You know what I mean? And what he perfect? Women music. He was making music for the ladies. You know what I mean? So, you know, they were bringing in fashion and whatnot with the leathers and all of that, you know. But MC Shan, do you see a pattern? Tribe Called Quest, do you see a pattern? There's a pattern. That Queens, the Queens, you know, they're not rah 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 like that. Like they're not tough guys. You know what I'm saying? They're not tough guys. Diddy and Dash is from Harlem. So that's why you see that bravado. That's why you see them getting into Diddy and Dame Dash. They're into the looking good. They're into, you know, the underground Queens is just a lot of prostitution money. Hell yeah. That's where all of the strip clubs is at right now. That's where all of the that's where the quote unquote sex industry, the whole culture began to really grab New York in the last 10 years. That's coming out of Queens because that's where, because of regulations, all of the strip clubs, you can't set them up in Manhattan and Brooklyn and all of that. They had to do it on the Queens, on the outskirts. You know, Queen. Look, let me. Like I said, it's not Queen slander. There's no Queen slander. They made the illest. They made some of the illest MCs that came out of the rap game, but these were not rah rah. They had a different approach. They were still looking for an identity. Nas comes along and he creates the definitive Queen's identity in a sense. He gives them something to be proud of. He gives them something to look up to. He's rapping his ass off like a Brooklyn nigga. You understand? He got swag. He's a, you know, the ladies love him. You know what I'm saying? You know, he got bars and he's repeating and he's reflecting the teachings of the gods, because the god body influence was heavy in Queens because of Supreme and Supreme Team. Okay? The Supreme Team, and there was other people who were repping the god. Like I said, the influence of Father Allah from the 70s go that, so all of the people who, the majority of the people from the 80s who are these urban legends and whatnot, they are all influenced by God body life culture. They're all influenced by God body / street culture. So it's not about, oh, we just over here meditating, you know what I'm saying? And we over here, you know, chewing on you know, chewing sticks and whatnot, selling you niggas incense. No, they was out there grinding. Okay. They was out there grinding, you know. They was in Queens getting to it. So here comes Mobb Deep with a new inflection, gangster shit. Then here comes Capone and Noriega, Left Rack, right? Nigga from Left Rack, right? Then you had Ja Rule and Murder Inc., right? Yeah, CNN, that's Capone and Noriega. Then you have Murder Inc. coming. So y'all be forgetting about the Murder Inc. wave, but the Murder Inc. wave was real. Like they was putting out hits. They had all, you know, they had the their label was kind of hood. They had a lot of, you know, dudes trying to gangster rap, Cadillac Black or whatever his name was. And then you have the definitive Queens MC, who basically gives them their identity that they're still riding with to this day. You know what I mean? Niggas is tough all of a sudden. Oh yeah, Stack Bundles and Chinks and all of them coming out of Far Rockaway. That's Queens. You know? Cool G Rap. I cannot forget Cool G Rap. Was Cool G Rap from Queens? He's from Queens? Because I know he's Juice Crew, but does anybody know if Cool G Raps is from Queens? You know? Yeah, look, Harlem had all of the ladies too. Harlem and Queens was where was I in the record stores like that? Or you see the stuff live? What do you mean the record stores? What do you mean? Sam Goody? What are you talking about? Okay, Coogee Rap. All right, well, there you go. Yeah, that's the anomaly. That's the anomaly. Corona Queens. Yes, Mike Geronimo and Royal Flush. So as you can see, here we go. These Queens niggas started getting a voice. You know what I'm saying? They started getting a voice. You know? Mike Geronimo, very, very skilled MC. Carmega, extremely. Lloyd Banks. So after the Murder Inc. phase, right? Yeah, Far Rockaway always been rough. After the Murder Inc. phase, you enter into the G Unit 50 Cents phase. And after that, every nigga from Queens was tough. You couldn't tell nobody from Queens that they wasn't tough after 50 Cent. You know what I'm talking about? Oh yeah, remember the Lost Boys? Yeah, they was getting hype off of the Lost Boys too. They was getting hype off of the Lost Boys until they killed my dude, Freaky Ty. You know? You hear a lot of parallels between Queens and Nipsey's neighborhood. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Sherm the Worm. You know. But I'm not saying any. Dave East is considered Queens, maybe. Maybe. I would say Dave East is more Harlemite. He's more of a Harlem dude, but he was in Queens doing his thing and whatnot. But to be honest with you, you know, Queens is still that borough that's in between the other boroughs. I think Big Noy was from BK, you know, and as a result of them being like, as a result of them being, you know, you got shot in Far Rockaway. Whew. One of my co-defendants, Hamo, he from Far Rockaway. That's how I knew about Far Rockaway in the 90s. They was like, don't go out there. The niggas, they, you know, I met a shorty at the tunnel, and she was like, yeah, I'm in Far Rockaway. So I'm getting ready to go, you know, I'm about to take that trip. I didn't know how far it was. So I'm asking, yo, how far is Far Rockaway? Can I take a cab? Niggas was like, fam, if you go to Far Rockaway, we might not never see you again. You got on an Averex and some Timbs? Yeah, you better be careful. So I didn't go to Far Rockaway. How about that? Is Ali Vegas from Queens? I think so. I think so. So there you have it. The prototypical, them niggas got bars, but they were struggling for an identity for a very long time. And they found their identity through their rappers, you know. And I do think that at this point, the 50 Cent, whatever phase he brought in, that's still the phase that Queens is in right now. You know, they gang banging, they get into their bags, you know, they not as pushover as they used to be, you know. It is what it is, you know. It is what it is. But if you don't live in New York, you're not familiar with the different boroughs. Look, everybody is like you think that we all the same, but we're not. Brooklyn is not the same as Harlem, and Harlem is not the same as the Bronx, and the Bronx is definitely not the same as Staten Island, and Staten Island is damn sure not the same as Queens. So we all have a personality. Every borough has different personalities, you know. Everybody got a different personality, you know. Different neighborhoods got different like niggas from Flatbush is damn near not the same as niggas from Brownsville, and Bed-Stuy is not the same as dudes from Crown Heights or Clinton Hills. You know what I'm saying? So even on blocks, different blocks, it is blocks in the 90s on 93rd. They not the same as niggas on 92nd. And where I'm from, on East 19th, we wasn't the same as niggas on East 17th. And then on East 21st, they was more sinister than East 19th. So different areas create different energies, and the people carry out said energy. That's a fact. Yeah, Herkimer was off the chain. I used to be on P Street. You know what I'm talking about? I used to be on Pacific right there. So we would have to pass Herkimer, and Herkimer was lit. Yeah, Woodruff. I lived on Winthrop. We lived at 80 Winthrop, me and my brother. And then I lived on Fenimore and whatnot. In the 90s, I had a Big Heb was my landlord. Heb was a pimp. Not a pimp where he had women working for him. He was a John. Let me clear that up. He was buying box. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't even a pimp. He was a John. But he was slick though, because he had mad strippers and, you know, sex workers. He had a house. So they had rooms and whatnot. So I guess they was paying a rent with the box. And, you know, he would kind of like set them, you know what I mean? He would get them some work and whatnot. He would get them work, you know? And I had a room there, and it was just interesting. It's a whole Netflix series, that just the years that I spent there. It would be a whole messy series, like 3 seasons of some real messy shit. You know what I'm saying? Some real, look, just talk about block to block changes. You got projects where the 40 side of Vernon is not the same as the 41st side. You had projects in Vanderveer. Front page was, the niggas in front page was not the same as the niggas in the back of the projects. How about that? How about it? So, you know, somebody said that has to do with the ley lines that Nikola Tesla broke down. And I would say I agree to a degree. Let me pull that up where you wrote the thing about the ley lines. Blue, if you want to come in, I could send you a thingamajigger, an invite. You let me know. Yeah, 21st was damn sure hectic. 21st was hectic. I'm talking about Flatbush. 21st and Ocean Ave and Tennis Court and Regents. Fam, if you made it past those blocks without getting somebody to creep on you, nigga, you gave one up to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? When you looked over your shoulders and niggas wasn't coming after you, you was like, thank you, Jesus. Jesus. That's why these little Haitian niggas are so religious, because Jesus helped them from getting their ass whooped when they was young in Flatbush. You know what I'm talking about? They needed, it was somebody that was guiding them, because they were like gazelles on the motherfucking Serengeti. Little Haitian niggas, they was like rabbits. You know what I mean? Like they were low hanging fruit. Let's just say that. You understand? They were low hanging fruit, and they would get picked on a lot. You know, niggas was practicing knockout punches on Haitians, because rumor has it, and I didn't start it, but rumor has it they had hard heads. You know what I'm talking about? And the bullies and whatnot. The bullies, they was out there bullying them. Somebody said I'm one of their top hip hop artists. You see, I done made it in life. You know what I'm talking about? He got me up there with West Side. He got me up there with Planet Asia and Kambata. Yeah, I'm gassed up, my nigga. I might take that into the booth with me. You know what I'm talking about? That's heavy Sonic. That's heavy Texaco right there. That's a lot of gas. I appreciate that. You know. But yeah, Jamaicans had Haitians. Nigga, Haitians was Jamaican. You know what I mean? They used to be in the mirror cosplaying the motherfucking Rasta. You know what I'm saying? They was definitely cosplaying Jamaicans back in the days. You would ask a nigga, yo, little bounty, little beanie, what's your real name? And then he'd be like, yo, man, you not need to know my real name, rude boy. You know, me bad man, me a bad man. That's my real name, bad man. And then you and that nigga might get locked up or something. Find out that nigga's name is Jean Baptiste. You like, hold on, Eugene Baptiste, nigga. Wait a minute. You rolling with Destiny and them niggas? He be like, yo, Rudy, scene, you know what I'm saying? Chat about where chat about. Man, article rude boy, man, article rude boy. No, nigga, you from Port-au-Prince. Learn, you know what I mean? Find your culture and stay with it. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, they needed Haitian Jack and Wyclef to give them some fucking pride. Because prior to that, niggas was cosplaying Jamaicans. They were trying to be one of the Marleys and whatnot. And that's no offense, because some of my best friends, my day ones, is Haitian. And we all joke, we crack on each other. You know what I mean? We do HBO jokes and everything. Haitian body odor. You know, you could laugh at that shit now. But you know who saved the Haitians, nigga? Ralph Lipschitz, a.k.a. Ralph Lauren, nigga. That's who brought the Haitians to prominence. In Flatbush. Because I don't know about nowhere else. BMW and Ralph Lauren brought them niggas, they brought them niggas to prominence. Ralph, nigga. As funny as it may sound. Ralph. Why do I say that? Because it's interesting. It's interesting. I got mad love. Look, I had girlfriends that are Haitian. I'm Haitian by association, nigga. Sac passe, right? Some of my first love, well, my second, third love, she was Haitian. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I eat the dirty rice. You know, I've contributed to Port-au-Prince. You know what I'm saying? Like I've given love to Haiti for real, right? And Jamaica. I think I'm more in bed with Jamaica than I is with Haiti. But I love me some Haitians, right? I know you wear a lot of polo as a Haitian. I'm gonna explain to you what the fuck happened because I was there. You know what I mean? I was there when it was when niggas was wearing Sunday's finest on Wednesday and Thursday. Do you understand what that means? That means that you niggas was wearing your Sunday school outfit to school, right? With the high waters and the white socks. You know what I'm saying? And the motherfucking shoes that if it had snowed the night before, those shits could turn into a bobsled. You know them hard bottoms that you could just ski to fucking school in? You know what I mean? Niggas was skiing to school wearing hard bottoms in the snow. We're talking about that era of Haitianness in New York City. All right? Shout out to the Zoes. Yeah. Shout out to all of them. And Polo Ralph Lauren, an American designer, right? This nigga's from the Bronx. Ralph Lipschitz is his name. He's a Jew from the Bronx. His clothing has so much social value. Nigga said strange. Strange Timbs ain't the word. Remember, we was wearing Travel Fox. The Jamaicans was wearing Travel Fox and British Walkers, right? These niggas was not wearing Travel Fox and British Walkers. They was wearing Travel Weasels, right? And Brixton Walkers. I don't know what the fuck they was wearing, but it wasn't no Travel Fox and British Walkers. And then when the Jordans came out, they wasn't even wearing Ewings. They was wearing Charles Oakley sneakers. You know what I'm talking about? They didn't have British Knights, they had British Pawns. Niggas was wearing British Bishops. What's really good? Talk black to me. Yeah, remember the penny loafers with the penny that had fucking Dessalines on it? You know what I'm saying? Niggas had the 1805 pennies inside of the penny loafers. You know, the Clarks. The only thing they knew Clark was Dick Clark. They wasn't wearing no Clarks. And they surely wasn't wearing no Bally's. Let's be clear. Even the Jamaicans could not afford the Bally's. That's why they was wearing motherfucking Travel Fox. You know what I mean? That's why they was wearing Travel Fox. Only the ones who really had bread like that. Oh yeah, the Shaq, the Reeboks, the Dunks, the pump, remember the pumps, the tongue that pumps. You know, so the fact that a clothing brand, this is how much social value Ralph Lauren has. That's why nobody can talk greasy about Ralph around me. We will get into a fist fight. I'm dead serious. If you ever wanted to get in the ring with me on some Conor McGregor shit, just talk crazy about Ralph and I'll treat you like cowboy. I will do you dirty in 40 seconds. I will accept no Ralph slander on my watch. I'm not having it. That shit is sacred to us. You know what I'm talking about? If you really want to know a Flatbush nigga or a Brooklyn nigga, really just it's really hardcore Flatbush. It's hardcore Flatbush, Crown Heights, and a sprinkle of Bed-Stuy. They feel the same way that we do. But I will accept no Ralph slander. That's a fact. Yeah, Brownsville, them niggas in Brownsville is on the Ralph shit heavy too. Ralphie's kids and Thurston Howell and all of them. Shout out to them. We would avoid them niggas because they will steal everything from the Polo store and then they will steal everything off of you. Brownsville niggas will take your underwear and wear it right there. All right. The level of grimy that they dealing with. It's the shit is criminal. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You know. Look out. We should have told you years ago. Look out for these Brownsville niggas because you cannot, you know, they got a different the level of grimy that they play on is different. And I'm not just saying that everybody from New York. You don't gotta be from Brooklyn, nigga. Everybody from New York should have warned you niggas, and everybody from Brooklyn knows. Nigga, you wear your slum jewelry to Brownsville. You wear the cubics Zargonias, nigga, because they will get you. You know what I mean? Your mama, you know what I mean? If you went to go visit your granny in Brownsville, she might set you up. So going back to Ralph. We didn't have too many things. There was no Benzes. There was no fucking Lexus. There was no Lexuses. There was no Beamer, Benzes, and Lexuses when I'm talking about. Niggas was not interested. We were on a train in the 90s. I'm gonna hip you to the timeline. The Benzes came with Biggie Smalls in 94. Niggas, we didn't know what a 600 was. Whatever happened to Jabot? We not from New Orleans, nigga. We wasn't wearing no New Orleans. Bed-Stuy wore New Balance. New Balance was for Bed-Stuy. Yeah, low life for life. Okay. The Ville has it. You gotta know how to fight to live in Brownsville. Mike Tyson was knocking out women at 12, nigga, and taking pocketbooks. You know what I'm talking about? You got to know how to fight in Brownsville. Brownsville never ran, never will. You can't run in Brownsville. You can't run. If a nigga if they got the drop on you, you just got dropped. You cannot run. You know what I'm saying? Do not run. Don't run, nigga. Take your whooping. I'd rather you get knocked the fuck out than run. Now, I know I said earlier that if somebody has a knife, if you want to fight them another day, you should run from a knife and charge a gun. I'm running from the knife. You will see me. I will turn into Usain Bolt if a nigga pulled out a knife on me. I'm not going to wrestle you with a knife. I'm going to throw a bottle at you and I'm running. I'll just let you know that from the gate. Okay? No. I'm not doing Tyson nothing. This is a known fact. His rap sheet is on his rap sheet. He was knocking out women for their purses, and then the white boy came and got him. Customado. Some elders used to say a good run is better than a bad stand any day. I'll fight you head to head. You could be Terry Crews size. Pause. You just gonna have to lump me up. You know, I'll go knuckle to knuckle. You know, I'm lying, but that's just for the record. You know, if you too big, and it, you know, we just might have to lay you down. You know what I'm saying? No offense. But if a nigga pull a knife out, I'm not finna get poked up. Like, I don't, your lungs be collapsing and nah. If you get stabbed and it hits the bone, like I got cut in my arm. I got 160 stitches right here. I still feel to this day the scalpel scraping my bones when they was giving me stitches. Like I get chills in my body when I feel that shit. Like I could still feel it to this day. So I don't want to get stabbed. But back to the polo shit. Like we didn't have diamonds. All of this came during the bad boy era. All of this came from the tunnel era. All of these this is a dream. It was all a dream. This is all juicy, nigga. You understand? This is all Biggie's dream. Versace, I don't know, I didn't know what the fuck. I was a booster and we did not know what Versace was until he started talking about it. I knew about Gucci, but I thought Dapper Dan made Gucci. I didn't know about Gucci like that. I didn't know about Fendi. I didn't know about Louis Vuitton, nigga. I knew about Ralph. We knew about Tommy and Ralph. Like Tommy and Ghost, nigga. We knew about Tommy and Ralph. Those was the big hitters. And that was our Lexus, and that was our Beamer, and that was our Benz, and that was our Ice. You couldn't wear no Ice in the 90s, nigga. Your whole family get murdered. That wasn't even, you know, not 92, 91, and 90. Even the gangsters wasn't wearing diamonds. They was wearing gold chains. But that diamond shit came a little bit later. They wasn't that, I mean, some of them was icy, let's be clear, but not the way that they became during the tunnel era and all of that. When the hip hop shit started getting into the big dog shit, when Puffy and all of them and niggas was icy, like the Rollies and whatnot. Only certain people was wearing Rolexes in the 90s. Like you had to be really about some shit, real, you know. The real gangsters was on that because they were getting a certain amount of money and rubbing soldiers with a certain group of people, you know, and that's just what money begets money. But for the people in the hood, like, yeah, Nordica, of course, Columbia, Nordica, yeah, we was head to toe in Nordica. That was some throwaway shit. Iceberg was Iceberg was designer. So Iceberg is Biggie's era. I'm going to get into the Biggie era. I'm talking right now 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. You know when you see Polo and it says 1992, the stadium and the suicide skis and the teddy bear and all of that? That's what I'm speaking about. All of that black designer shit, niggas, car canine. You would get whooped on wearing some Karl Kani. Tupac started wearing that shit. Niggas wasn't wearing no Karl Kani. Oh yeah, the Sergio sweatsuits was for the drug dealers. Elise, these are the sneakers. Elise, Pony, Saucony, Asics, New Balance. That was the Brooklyn Get Money sneakers. You know what I'm talking about? They had the 3M on them. Niggas is just on 3M right now. The glow in the light shit, 3M. They was all the way, they was on it back then. So, Deodoras, of course. Deodoras, Troops, Lottos. You change the Lotto. You take the Lotto, the color Lotto, and put it on the other one. Lottos was fire. Elise was fire. Deodoras was fire. Him I'm talking about. Feli, of course. Feli was big. You know, let me not downplay Carl Kanai, because Carl was kind of big. You know, Cross Colors, Carl, April Walker, they was big in the hood. I'm not gonna shoot them down. Like, but it wasn't like I'm at this time, I'm a teenager, right? The older heads, like, you know, in their 20s, you know, they had this was drug dealer apparel. I wasn't a drug dealer. None of my peoples was drug dealers, and we did not want to dress like drug dealers. You understand? We didn't want the felony look. We didn't want to look like, because you couldn't dress like something that you wasn't back then. You had to stay in your lane. So you can't be cosplaying Alpo. You know what I mean? Niggas wasn't trying to cosplay the drug dealers. We created our own fashion. You know what I'm talking about? So Polo was for the boosters. Polo was for the hood niggas. Polo was for the streets who wasn't selling drugs. Because the drug dealers, to my memory, they wasn't going in Bloomingdale's or the stores buying a Polo. They was going to Dapper Dan. You know what I mean? They wasn't that's why when I see youth fashion of today, I don't get in the way of it, because the youth, what they were wearing, don't got nothing, what they wearing right now don't got nothing to do with me. And I would look wild, goofy, and silly trying to wear the shit that they're wearing, because it's not for me. Cartiers, that came later. Cartier specs, that's all Biggie era. This I'm gonna tell you what came with Big in them, so we can have an understanding. And remember all of everything that I'm saying, because Netflix, they're going to show you, eventually they're gonna come with a coming of age 1990 story. They're gonna do a low life movie, you know, and I want them to be very precise with when they tell our story. Whew, Benetton, you hit me with that one. Yeah, my nigga, we was that Benetton. And George Marciano, how could I forget Guess? You know, how can I forget Guess? Guess was real big. So I'm gonna Guess, and Tommy and Nautica was the phasing out of Polo, right? Guess, Tommy, and Nautica was the phasing out, and then Coogee, right? Biggie comes with the Coogee, Versace. I'm gonna get, these are the lines that changed everything to designer and took niggas out of Polo and put them on a whole nother, some whole nother shit. Moschino, DKNY, right? We was putting our shorties in DKNY, right? DKNY was huge, right? Oh my, I'm Biggie. Moschino was huge. So this is 93 we talking, right? This is 94 rather, because from 1990 to 93 was Polo, you know, Nautica, right? And then here comes the designers. These are the Italians, right? These are the Italians. These are the Romans. Okay? Because that's what Italians are. Pele. Yeah, Pele. That's more drug dealer shit. That's the felony look, right? Pele, them big leather coats. I'm a Brooklyn dude. We not into shit like that. You know, we're not into all of that. We don't, you know, nah. I had a Pele. I had an Avarex as well. You did? I did have that. Let me stop. I did have that. I had a Guess leather. But I'm talking about, yeah, the Pele's was fire though. Yeah. That, we call that the out of town shit. You know what I mean? That's that shit niggas went out of town and was impressing out of town niggas with. You know what I mean? What was Iceberg? You need to stop. Iceberg history. You don't know about IB on the Elastics? Iceberg. That was designer for the 90s, nigga. That was $1,200 Mickey Mouse sweaters. That was $800 Pluto sweaters. I'm talking about fine cotton, my nigga. You know what I mean? It was a ticket. Yeah, Pele was more Bronx than Harlem, right? That's a fact. That's a Harlem thing. When you see niggas in Pele's, that's Harlem drug dealer chic. You know what I'm saying? That was the Harlem. They had rhinestones and they shit. You know, Harlem niggas is flashy. Niggas used to get mink blowouts. Remember that? Where niggas would get the blowouts and they shit look like a fucking, like they had on a mink hat. The Harlem niggas started the fucking lineup that looked like the Steve Harvey lineup. Yeah, Harlem niggas is pretty. Them some pretty niggas. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Them the niggas that don't get their Timberlands dirty. And they get their fingers done. They get manicures and shit like that. That's some Harlem shit. And the girls used to rock doobies and whatnot. And to be honest with you, it was almost like like if you had if you from Brooklyn with a Harlem shorty, you was saying something. Because Harlem girls would not rock with. They was kind of scared of Brooklyn because we was so turned up. But to have a Harlem baddie, like a little, you know, a quiet one, they used to rock the doobies, you know what I'm saying? And they used to look like Keisha from Belly. They was all shiny in the dark and whatnot. They had oily skin. You feel me? And they was just mad pleasant. But they was ratchet on the side. Like, not ratchet, like loud. Oh my goodness. You see all of this fast talking? It done got me forgetting about the most prominent. Nigga, who am I talking? Izod Lacoste. Izod. I'm bugging. I'm speeding. When Polo hit, the evil twin was Izod. When Polo hit, yeah, Carcana, they was kind of popping. Because Tupac started pushing them. But Izod Lacoste, my bad. Izod was that shit. Oh yeah, we had the Columbia. I had the Whiz Bang. I had the colorful Columbia. We had the ski goggles to go with the Columbia and the pants. Like, we was bodying that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Harlem women will help you get money. You are so correct. That's what I'm trying to say. If you had a Harlem shorty back in the days, if you bagged her from Grant's Tomb, my nigga, you know who fucked up the game? DMX. When he did that song calling out all the girls that he hit and whatnot. He kind of, and then, you know, he put it, you know, he did it at the Mart and everything. He did it in Harlem. He started bringing the lanes to Harlem. And then Dipset destroyed and killed and finitoed the prototype of the Harlem girl. They created the Harlem demon. They created the Harlem thought. They didn't exist before Dipset, my niggas. I blame it on Cameron. Look, Brooklyn used to be dusty back then. It was, nah, niggas was not dusty. Let's stop that. Let's stop that. It was some dusty niggas though. That whole, like, Biggie took niggas out of Asheville for real. I'm gonna really put that on the record. No tour. That's why he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Biggie took niggas out of Asheville, Tennessee, with his lyrics, and he was telling niggas how to get fly. You dig? So the drug dealer apparel the brother said in London was Moschino, Valentino, and Versace. So once the boosters started boosting the drug dealer attire, right? Then the drug dealers became their customers, and then some of them just became drug dealers. You know, they phased them out. They turned into drug dealers because they started to look like them. You understand?
So here it is. You might be a petty thief and you in the nightclubs and whatnot, but you wearing your whole fit is like a few thousand, and get money. Women who get money, like shorties from uptown, who, you know, they might be sitting on 100 racks, 50 racks, whatever. They just sitting on money, and they see somebody, you know, from the streets looking clean. You got the Euro shit on, you design it out, you know, you look presentable, you know, you look sophisticated. And, you know, that's something that people from Brooklyn started, you know, once you start looking a certain way, you begin to start to act that way as well. So that created a lot of maturity. Niggas started maturing, and you have to remember that's why I said, like, at first we didn't know how to get a 600 Benz. Nobody, you know, we was hearing it in the raps and whatnot, but nobody was driving a 600 Benz in my generation when Biggie was rapping about it. And then two dudes, Little and Ryan from Franklin Ave. Anybody on here, you know about Little and Ryan? They did a diamond heist. They was boosters when we was all coming up, but they elevated. They started going on heists. Like, they took it to a whole nother level. They was the niggas that was going in and smashing the Rolex cases and taking, you know, and I'm not telling on nobody. There's a statute of limitations, you know. But they was from, if you know what Franklin Ave, right? They was the first, yeah, if you know anything about Franklin Ave, then you know what Franklin Ave creates, right? Then you know what Franklin Ave, see, this my nigga broke the whole thing down. Izod is Sebek Ra, as that's the alligator that eats you up, right? The Nautica is the slave ship. The Maury is the Moor. Polo is the player. And Tommy Hilfiger, the slave master. Get this man, blue pill, get this man some gold water or something. That's right. They was the first ones to hit the hood with the rollies. They was selling the Prezzies for $2K. This is all facts. This is not urban. I'm not giving you no myth and whatnot. So they was out there popping. Yeah, Franklin Ave was super hectic. If you was on Franklin, get ready to knuckle up, my nigga, because it was coming. You know, yeah, they was driving MPVs, Jettas, and all of that. They were not in no $100,000 car. They was going into Lexus 400s, the bubble Lexus. Remember Jay-Z, and did Jay-Z pull up? He pulled up in a Lexus in the Dead President video when the helicopter was landing. He didn't pull up in those 600 Benz, nigga. He pulled up in a bubble Lexus because that was as far as people were going in the hood. But when Little and Ryan pulled up with the 600, and then Gav had took it, Pretty Boy, Foxy's brother, he was stunting in it. But when they pulled up, yeah, most niggas was doing the 300E with the froggy eyes and whatnot. The most they was doing was the 300E, and you had the GS300. The GS300 will get you anything that you wanted in the hood before niggas pulled up in the 600s. The Lexus GS300, that was like the fucking, remember the Acura Legends? You know what I'm talking? That sounded like an airplane when it took off. Oh man, the 850i. Only special people was driving an 850i. You had to be gifted. You know, you had to be anointed. You know. But the lyrics, the vision that Biggie gave us, he terraformed our impressionable minds to think about millions. The fact that I'm saying that we wasn't thinking about millions is from what niggas was driving. It could show you they did not have aspirations to drive $100,000 cars. They did not think that they could hop into $100,000 European car. Niggas was not thinking on that level. The lyrics, you understand? The lifestyle, the wave, the Benjamins, all about the listening to the Benjamins 100 times. smoking on some Branson. You know, that changed, that terraformed the minds of the youth who are go-getters. These were go-getters. The reason why I'm saying that these were go-getters is because from when they were 13 and 12, these young men was running up in the city. The same white people that niggas is acting scared around right now. The same white people that niggas will put their head down and won't even look at them in their eyes. Those white folk. You know what I mean? Trying to be friends with them and everything. These same white folk, they was terrorizing them in the 80s and whatnot when you know, early Trump. Niggas was going into Manhattan and giving them the business. You know what I'm talking about? They was giving them the BI. And they cut their teeth. They cut their teeth beating up white people for fun. They cut their teeth in that world where, yeah, they was going in their pockets, y'all. I mean, you had a contingency that was out there in the stores of theirs. What did Pop Smoke say? Christian Dior, I be in the stores. You know, what is he talking about? You know what he's talking about? Y'all went on Genius and read the lyrics. You know what Pop Smoke is saying when he's in all the stores? Yeah, he's talking about, he's a Flatbush nigga. So he's talking about them. He's talking about, well, now they swipers, you know. But he's talking about them. He's talking about the contingency of these Brooklynites who have no fear whatsoever to go up in these white people's establishments and take whatever the fuck they want from them. You know, not in a savage way anymore. They're doing it in a sophisticated savage way. But nonetheless, these are the people who they were primed in the early age to go out and get it. The Haitians were able to live off of that because the Haitians saw the power of polo. They saw that you would be socially accepted based off of your uniform. And the uniform was Ralph. Don't talk crazy about Ralph around me. I'm telling you. They saw that uniform brought respect. And then when they found out that you could hop in the Benz and really get respect, then them niggas, I think they saved up. It was the Port-au-Prince fund or something. Them niggas saved up. They must have been holding rallies in them goddamn churches when they was wearing them hard bottoms. And they put all of their fucking pennies from the penny loafers together and they started sharing Benzes. You know what I'm talking about? And then they popped up in the foreigns. You know, look at them right now. Go in Miami, go and see what the Zoes is doing. You know, they're utilizing the trappings of Americanism to basically come up. Yeah, the pennies. They put the pennies together, and them niggas got they start hopping in foreigns and whatnot. And it was, you know how they had the movie Revenge of the Nerds? Nigga, New York became Revenge of the Zoes. Because from 2000 and on, they've been enacting revenge for the niggas that shitted on them. He knocked the nigga out who beat him up when he was young. Well, that's an example of how the Haitians have been running around getting their names back because they were terrorized in the hood. Niggas was terrorizing. I'm talking about, like I said, when I say terrorize, I really mean terrorize. Like they were doing them dirty, bro. They were doing them dirty, you know. They're gonna hear some of that ADOS talk and get triggered. You know what I'm talking about? They're gonna get triggered because they already got done dirty. You know, they were oppressed. They were oppressed, at least in my hood. So now the Zoes is wilding. You right. The Zoes, oh, it's revenge of the Zoe. And they not gonna, them niggas have a chip on their shoulder for the fact that they had to fight for whatever they got in Brooklyn. Yeah, they were learning from being slaughtered, because when they came from, they was being slaughtered. Where they came from in Haiti through Papa Doc and all of that. They was being slaughtered through Papa Doc and all of that, and Baby Doc, you know? So they came to America like, yo, my brother, you know? And like I said, I love my Haitian brothers. Say, like, I love my brother. One of my best friends, God bless him till we meet again, Anthony Linder. He taught me a lot. When I hopped off the porch, he was there to catch me. You know what I'm talking about? When I came on East 19th, I was there on his pass. I was his guest, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you know, keep it a buck. And he died in 94. And that's my day one. Like, me and that man, you know, that's my heart. You know? That's my heart. Yeah, the Dominicans hate on the Haitians. You know. But what's up with the Dominicans, though? And why is it that I have to convince Dominicans that who white people are? Why we gotta play dumb when we in America? Dominicans know the devilish men of the white man. The white man is in their land, you know, fucking and sucking for $10. You know? The white man is in Dominican Republic. I heard that you could fuck the whole family if you put a C note on the table. What's fucking with that? So how is it that I gotta sit down and try to teach a Dominican about what's going on and who's who and who's not, when they'll let the European come into their land and prostitute? They're treating their land as a shithole. They're treating their land as a motherfucking a rest haven for pedophilia. These are the same Europeans that came over there. Remember, Columbus made landfall in Dominican Republic first. Where's the book? He killed so many Dominicans that they had to repopulate the island. They went so ham on the Dominicans, and they killed one of the most beautifulest ladies on the island. They said she was like a leader. And the Dominicans won't teach. Why are they not teaching me about this shit? Why I gotta teach them? And the Dominicans ain't no lames. I love me some Dominicans. My barber is a Dominican. Don't I look Dominican? You know what I'm talking about? I let the Dominicans cut my hair. You know? I had a Dominican boo for like a night. You know, my brother had a Dominican wifey. They was locked in. And she's a great person. But how is it that these are the same people that got wiped the fuck out by a court ordered by the Pope Innocent and all of them, signed their death warrants? And them Europeans came and pillaged that whole island and took the sugar cane and, you know, and did all kind of atrocities. And the whole thing, Dominican is a priesthood. It's called the Dominican priesthood. Those are militarized Jesuits. So to ask the question is a rhetorical, because I know why I got to tell niggas about their own history, because of Trujillo. What's the president's name? Trujillo? I don't know how to pronounce it, but I know that he got y'all fucked up. And I know that this European and these popes and all of that stupid shit that y'all following, it really got y'all fucked up. But y'all didn't have a problem coming to America to sell coke to everybody. Y'all didn't have a problem with that open air drug market where you was proliferating black neighborhoods with cocaine all up in the 80s and the 90s, Washington Heights, Dykeman, and you niggas built up Dykeman and built up you bought up all of the bodegas. You know what I mean? But why the Dominican Republic look like that? If you came here and sold all of that cocaine and you niggas y'all doing all of these washing sets and whatnot at Maribel's, why is the fucking DR still, why is little niggas still eating out of garbages, and why could you get pussy for $5? Huh? You could get neck for a nickel in the DR. Why? Why is life so cheap? That's why them planes is always loaded up with white people going into places where their dollar is strong, because they go to places where they have dynamic, godlike people on these islands. These people are like gods. They have spirits of you know, they're more in tune with the spirits of the ancestors and the deities than some of the people in the Americas who are a little bit amalgamated and washed. But the European who studies us, you know what I mean? Because the European practices the art of he practices the art of what's that word? Measurement. He can measure who you are based off of the niggas that he knows from where he's coming from. So he could go somewhere and he can measure the stock and the pedigree of the Negroes of where he goes based off of whatever contact he has with the niggas where he's at. So if he's like, damn, these niggas is slower than the niggas where I'm from, and those niggas is kind of slow, so they go a little bit crazier for my $5 than they do in Alabama. So I'm gonna exploit these niggas, because that's the only thing that they do with their dollar is exploit. You know what I'm talking about? So they go into Thailand and exploit. They go to DR, to everywhere where it's Roman Catholic, Haiti, everywhere where the quote unquote church turned off your fucking lights. You know what I mean? Especially the Catholic Church. Everywhere where they colonize, nice. Remember, colonize is another form of Romanistic domination. And the Romans dominate you in your colon, man and woman. The Romans brought anal sex for domination, for men and women. I mean, it's late, but it's not that late. And I don't want to get too explicit, but a colonizer is a person who will dominate you through your colon. Okay? Because Roman domination is through sex. And they dominate you. You know, like the videos where niggas are stepping on girls' face while they drilling them. Yeah, that's some domination shit. Dominatrix, you know, all of that dumb shit that black women got into after they watched 50 Shades of Grey, where they letting white men tie them up and beat on them, or they tie white people up and try to act reversal slavery. You fucking retards. And they act, oh, I'm getting some power from this. So you're going to become what you should be despising. And you're going to say that that's powerful? You know? No, it's not. No, it's not. So y'all let all of these colonizers come into your country and play with your colons. You want to come over here and try to act Hasidity around us? You want to come to America and try to stun on the gods? Nigga. Bro. Let's not do that. You know what I'm talking about? Let's not do that. You know. Let's not make that mistake. Because we got your ticket. We know who you are. And we know the kind of shit that you allow these motherfuckers to do to you. And we know anywhere, especially if they somewhere where they speak in Spanish, we know that your women have been colonized. And we know that the men have been colonized too. They turned you into Alejandro. But they broke you. They buck broke you inside of that church or inside of that Catholic school where they beat you with rulers. I was in St. Croix. They was wilding on me and my brother. The nuns, nigga, I was traumatized. You know what I'm talking about? Them niggas was wilding on us. I had so many ruler beatings. So how we not talking about guns? What are you talking about? Talking about what guns? Nigga, this is YouTube. Yeah, so everywhere with Roman Catholics, let's start there first. We could go into other places, but every single place where they're at, there's pedophilia, child sex, prostitution, drugs. It's a drug economy. It's basically a narco state, like Colombia, like Haiti, like DR, like Puerto Rico. These are all narco states, like Mexico, like Brazil. But the glaring similarity is that the Spaniards conquered you, Spain, the crown of Spain, and they brought them up. The church and the crown conquered you, and they washed up your economy. They killed your culture, and they turned it into a narco state. And it's heavy on the motherfucking prostitutions. You understand? And they created a whole new breed of slave through all of that mixing of blood and whatnot. And then they lied to you in your school system. And then when you go and look at the media, that shit is a mind fuck. So y'all got a lot of work to do. Y'all got a lot of work to do. Y'all should waste no time trying to the Moor sold us to Spain. What the fuck are you talking about? The Moor lost the war to Spain, and the Spain enslaved the Moor. You niggas need to read some more. The African Moors were the African Muslims that were being sold out by the African Christians who were selling the African Muslims into slavery. Make your point. Niggas don't know what they be talking about. How you gonna lose a war and then sell somebody out? Nigga, you lost the war. Fuck is you talking about? You seeing the casualties of war. Nigga, you seeing the casualties of war. You lost the war, the war in 1491. And all of the other wars after that, the little skirmishes. Niggas lost that to the bullet, to the gun. And you seeing the remnants of that. Fuck is you talking about? Don't come over here with that goofy shit, bro. You know what I'm talking about? To this day, yeah. You get Dante Wildered out this bitch. I don't want to hear that stupid shit. We trying to get our motherfucking land back, our estate, our names, our tradition, our heritage. And you weirdos are saying that somebody sold you niggas. That's that victimhood shit. Take some motherfucking toll for the shit that, you know, I could say that we was selling niggas and we got a taste of our medicine because we damn sure was selling that white girl like Christina Aguilera. And we wasn't selling no white girl like cocaine. We was selling actual white girls, Pippi Longstocking in them. We was selling the Irish. We was selling the Slavs. We was selling niggas from Yugoslavia. Yeah, I don't care about the guns in the national news. That's not my conversation. I wasn't in Virginia marching. And I don't, you know what I mean? I'm not a fucking Second Amendment citizen like that. I don't have a house full of guns. You know what I'm talking about? So that don't concern me. And for niggas that got guns, I'm not impressed by you niggas because you ain't busted. You're not doing nothing with your guns anyway. So, you know, who cares? The hemp farm in Georgia, yeah, that's Blue. Talk to Blue about that. Yeah, we're not slaves. We're prisoners of war. They came over to the Americas and started washing up the tribes that were in the Americas. But our front line of defense was in Spain. It was that was those Africans that they was fighting. And then when you go and do the research on the Congo kings and whatnot, King Alfonso and all of the people along the coast of Africa that the Portuguese was signing, or they were Christianizing them and then signing treaties with them. And then they went into the interior of Africa and they drugged the motherfucking West Africans out. They brought the people from inside of Africa. They brought those Muslims out of Africa, put them into chains, put them on boats and shipped them niggas around. They came into the Mississippi. They came into the goddamn gully, the Geechee Gully. They came into Charleston. They came into the Carolinas, all of the places where there are ports, all of the quote unquote, the water, the land masses in America. And they started shipping them niggas into Europe from the Americas, the reverse. Before they even started the quote unquote from Africa to the Americas, they were shipping from the Americas to the quote unquote Europe. And then they were shipping niggas to the islands. You didn't get that? You didn't get that lesson yet? That's like 8 years ago. How are we gonna fight back without gun rights? Did they take your gun rights? Did they take your gun rights? Because the niggas in my hood, we fight back without gun rights. Fuck is you talking about? What is a gun right? What is a gun right? If a nigga sign up to fight for the army, that's not my nigga. He's not protecting me and mines. It's a whole bunch of niggas running around with fatigues and long boots and whatnot. I don't feel safe around them. If I go down south and I know a bunch of niggas got guns, I still don't feel safe around those niggas because they're not out there patrolling. Niggas is not on a vigilante. The hell? What conversation about gun rights would I ever want to have? That don't mean nothing for me. And for the niggas that own guns, they're not vocal enough for me to feel like that I feel protected by all of these black gun owners. They don't want, what are they doing? Are they making citizens arrests? Niggas can't even walk around with their blickies out. So I don't, gun rights, look. And it look like it's a sister asking these questions. You know, if they took your license from you, you need to fix your status or something. I don't know what to tell you. You know? Yeah, them niggas wasn't in Virginia this weekend from the pictures that I saw. I didn't see no army of black people with their fucking shiny guns. Niggas need to hit the pawn shops. If you could get a gun and buy up the pawn shop, get every fucking gun that's in there. But you sitting around with a house full of guns, thinking about somebody coming to get you, you're going to create somebody to come and get you and your guns because all is mental. So you sitting around. When I had guns in my house, that's when some of them, you know, Axe Blue, some of the issues that we had that were violent orientated, it happened when those guns was around. Guns beget guns. You got them shits laying around, you living in fear, you want some doomsday prepper shit, nigga, you're gonna have a doomsday. You're gonna think that up. I'm talking about shit that Akon is talking about. That nigga's talking about building a city. What the fuck? All of that comes with it. All of that comes with it. So going back to the slander that we receive from people who are not from here, who are coming from places where you don't have to, if you don't see the fangs on these Europeans in your third world, if you come from an African country or nation, if you come from the Caribbean, I don't give a fuck how many cruise ships pull up. You know who you dealing with. They was pirates before they was on cruise ships. They were colonizers before they was, out there, sex tourisms and whatnot. These pedophiles, these fucking these. But I guess if the values are in the toilet, if 4-year-olds and 6-year-olds, if it's normal for them to have sex in these Caribbean islands, if the island has this hypersexualized and there's no fucking morals and values anymore because they're tapped into American media and they're taking lyrics and they're taking what they see on TV and the movies, for face value, then you probably won't see the evilness in the colonizer. You won't see the fangs on the Europeans when they jump off of them ships, because all they jigging for is a dollar bill. They look past all of that shit. Niggas is trying to get a few dollars from the tourists. So they willfully turn the other cheek and allow a white man from Boise, Idaho to urinate and defecate in their mouth for a crisp 20. You know what I'm talking about? A crisp 20. And then is going to come to America and ask Hasididi around the gods. Nah, I'm not having that. Yeah, like Blue Pill said, guns want that smoke, nigga. They want to be used. They call them dicks. They want to be held. You know what I'm saying? So you go ahead and you play with your gun all night, ma. You know what I'm talking about? But don't be asking me, what about gun rights? And what about the guns? I don't know about the guns. Yeah, go pray to Ogun. Put them on your, if you have a gun, you should have a Ogun altar. Because unless you have a Vulcan, unless you on some Roman shit and you praying to Volcano. But if you have a gun, guns are ruled by Ogun. Set up the altar, get the reading, right? And let him rule that. Let him hover over the guns and butter. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you in the military? Are you in the military, G.I. Jane? Oh, there's a complex. Give preference or favor to foreigners more than the Dominicans themselves. Oh, well, of course. It's not only in DR. Shit, I seen that in Africa. Them niggas was going cuckoo for white skin. I seen it in Africa. I seen it in Haiti. I saw it in Trinidad, Panama, Jamaica. Because these people are coming with the fiat that's worth more on your land because of what the IMF did and what the economic hitman did, because it's worth more in your land than it's toilet paper damn near in this land. $1. I went in the store the other day to get some gum. They don't even have gum for $1. But they got a brother in Africa right now digging diamonds out, and they're gonna pay him $1 a week. You understand? That's why we really need to start traveling. Those of us that are freedom fighters and liberators, and liberate the fucking minds of these slaves that are on this planet, on this globe, because they about to get shake the fuck off of the globe in a minute. You understand? The way that this shit is set up, the slaves and the slave masters is gonna get shook up off the globe. Let me go ahead. I'm gonna read you something from Wayne Chandler. We're gonna shut this shit down in a minute. You underdig? And because I got some, I gotta go find my guns, because the sister was asking, what about the guns? So I gotta go find the guns because she got me thinking about my guns. And but I'm gonna leave y'all with some words of wisdom from one of our elders. And I want y'all back on Wednesday because we got Phil Valentine, Dr. Master Teacher, Dr. Phil Valentine in the building. And I wanted to say, I don't know if I said it, that yesterday I was at Urban Excellence book release with Brother Malcolm, who is Black Dot's son. And I said all of what I said earlier to basically say that, you know, as a parent, as a father, as somebody who's on the front line, who I identified the fact that me and my brothers, Blue Pill and KT, we are all living the tradition. We're carrying on the tradition of our parents. You know, KT is carrying on his father and his mother and his spiritual father, Dr. Sabi. And Blue Pill is carrying, and Red Pill is carrying. And you don't necessarily see that in the families of those who sacrifice to their last for their people. They do it for their people. But like Brother Shabazz said in the video that we did, a king doesn't get respected in his kingdom. And the kingdom sometimes is the house. The kingdom is not outside of the house. The kingdom starts in the house. So a king is not loved in his own house, by his own children, by his own wife. Love him the way that the streets love him. They don't love him the way that the internet loves him. They don't love him the way that YouTube love him. You know what I'm talking about? They don't love him the way that Cash App love him or PayPal. They don't love him like that. They like, oh, whatever. What you said? What, nigga? Eat what? Seymour's who? Nigga, what? Give me them Frosted Flakes. Fuck is you saying? We ain't playing that in here. You know what I mean? You're like, damn, I can't even get love in my own house. Bro, I gave birth to these little niggas. I done fed them. I made all of these sacrifices. And this is what I get? Yeah. So to see a father and son team, right? Black Dot and his son Malcolm, as a father, my 12-year-old, if they were to say, yo, what's your last wish on my last day before I take my last breath? I would say, I want my son to follow in my footsteps and to pick up where I left off and to surpass me 5 times. I want my daughter to be able to be greater than me and to follow up and to benefit off of everything that I did. I want the community to be there for her. I want people. I want her to step on stages and crush that shit. You know what I'm talking about? For the sisters out there, I want her. I want my name. I want my last name to be honored and not to be dishonored, because your children could dishonor you. So to see young Malcolm, I call him Malcolm Excellence, to see young Malcolm carrying on Black Dot's bloodline. And I know the sacrifice. I don't know all of the sacrifice, but I know that Black Dot doesn't leave. It's not an easy road for him. But I know that I wouldn't be here if it was not for him. You understand? He's very intricate in me being in the seat right here. Okay? He plays a big part in that, in my origin story. Not the biggest of parts, but, you know, he helped put together this community that I'm in. Blue Pill, a few people had their hands. So to see that that book, Hip Hop, there you go. Thank you for that, Jason. If I didn't read Hip Hop Decoded, I could not see the things that I see the way that I see them. He lifted the veil with that. I'm dead serious. He lifted the veil with that book. Hip Hop Decoded. It was like 10 years ago when I got into it. It completely changed how I saw this thing that we in. So I give him all of the credit, not Jesus. I'm gonna give it to Dot right now. He gets it. So Malcolm Excellence. Yeah. Look. That's a bar. Yeah, hit me up. Hit me up. Yeah, Black Dot had the DVDs back in the days. He used to do lecturers over beats. But anyway, Dot is winning. When you ask me what success is when your child carries on and they're proud of it. You got some niggas out here that was drug dealers and their sons are drug dealers too. And they're like, yo, nigga, I'm winning. I raised the motherfucking little ghost, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? I raised the Tariq. You know, and that is not either wrong or right, because it's all about perspective. I could look at it and be like, that's some whack shit. But for the nigga who done hugged the block all his life and cut mad crack up in front of his newborns and was, you know, telling them, look, you're gonna pick this up one day, and they turned into the plug. Like, it's all perspective. Right? Exactly. Mafiosos. You know, what is the mafioso about? Bloodlines. Bloodlines. They passing it on to their children to carry on the business, to carry on the legacy, this thing of ours. They pass them their ring and whatnot, giving, you know, like Russ and an Irishman. So to me, that's winning. And I'm not saying if your child is not carrying on tradition that you're losing, but we have to be able to quantify what winning is. We have to be able to intelligently quantify what we deem success, so we have something to reach for. And to me, success is being able to carry on, being able to lay back, sit back, and be comfortable. He don't got to do this no more if he don't want to. He know that his legacy is safe in the hand of his young God. And from the desk of Blue Pill, he said, Black Dot is the God who laid the blueprint. Let's be clear, Black Dot is the one. You understand? And if y'all know anything about Blue Pill, and when he says certain things, you should take that into consideration. He's not just he's not tweeting the tweet. If Blue Pill says it, then it gotta be true. So the God has succeeded in ways that others have not. Yeah, Houston is an open carry state, but them niggas be showing white people all their teeth, man. Not everybody. I was in the outskirts. I was in Alvin and other places. You know, and I guess Texas is friendly, but when black people get around white people, some of them, you can see all of their cavities. They just skinning and grinning. You know, they might even pull their jacket over the hammer. You know what I'm talking about? Yo, man, we can't fight without guns. Listen, I don't know who you are. What are you talking about? Fight what and where? Oh, what's going on over here? Who is this? Is that Rambo in the chat room? Like, what are you talking about? Fight what? What are you fighting at the gun range? Yo, I thought it was just they loved them some white blah. They get like Meg the Stallion out there when white folks show up. I'm trying to tell you, JJ Watts and them niggas. You know what I'm talking about? I seen it with my own eyes, and you know, I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to be fair. But I seen it. I witnessed it with my own two eyes. You know what I mean? Well, the shit that they done to our people in the South, especially in Texas, where they took the whole state in guns and bloodshed. Niggas be showing a lot of teeth. You know what I'm talking about? Hey man, just stay in your lane. We hunt around here. Oh yeah, how does rabbit taste? Because I heard somebody talking about. I was in Harlem, and a woman, a sister, pardon me, she talking about kangaroo meat because they were talking about Australia. She was putting dibs on the kangaroo meat. How do kangaroo taste? How do kangaroo taste? How does raccoon taste? You know what I'm talking about? My father killed some wood rabbits today in the boot. I heard, yeah, they got rabbits too. And all in Louisiana and all of that. You know, how do it taste? Oh, we hunt around here. Oh shit. I hear that shit. Where you in, Milwaukee? Hmm? Where you in? Drilling noise? Where you at? You in Milwaukee? Oh, yeah. Everybody's mom should teach them how to break down an AK. Don't get it twisted. I'm telling y'all, hug your blicky. You know what I mean? I'm an advocate for gun rights. Don't fall into, don't let me I'm trolling right now. I'm an advocate. If, like I said, if you have your rights intact, we need y'all to hold it down. You dig? If you have your rights intact, go to the show. I'll give you some bread. But don't go in there on some Kodak Black shit. Don't be a convicted fucking felon and try to go and get the blicky. You know, that's not gonna work. But for those of y'all who can, go and get that shit and incorporate yourself as a security agency. Remember, you could be a private contractor. You don't have to apologize. They have private contractors in Iraq blowing niggas' brains out right now. You know what I'm saying? They not even army personnel. They private contractors wetting shit up. Remember Fallujah? So if that's what it is, then you do it. Look, she's mad. Hold on, look. She gonna get her gun and come see me, bro. Look, she said, fuck out of here. You know, I don't know what to say to Tanisha. I seen Tanishi Coates today too, but I didn't get to talk to him. Yeah, I seen Tanishi Coates at the Riverside. Yeah, Derek Grace. I support Derek with the guns and everything. Shit. But you're not gonna get on YouTube and talk. Yeah, you're not gonna get on my channel and you're not gonna get on Melanin Mondays with all of that smoke. You know what I'm saying? This is not a Pop Smoke talent show. You know what I mean? You don't get no points for that. You don't get no points. Shit is hot on YouTube. We don't. Yeah, one of y'all send her your PlayStation handle so she could go on Fortnite with you niggas or Call of Duty and get some of that, and blow some smoke. Somebody send a PlayStation handle or Xbox name so we could link. Y'all could get linked up. You could go drilling with my son. He be on Fortnite killing shit. You know what I'm talking about? Put you on his team. Oh, of course, like I said, not everybody in Houston is on it like that. But if you from Houston, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? I already know it's some thorough people in not just in Houston, in Dallas and Fort Worth, all of that. But y'all surrounded by coons. I'm in New York, my brother. I'm surrounded by coons too. It's some coons in Harlem. It's some motherfucking coons in the Bronx. It's a whole bunch of coons in Brooklyn. You know, it's heavily coon influences out here. You know what I'm talking about? After 9/11, they left us with a lot of coons. This shit became coon city. So it's real ones out here, but when we walk outside, your spider senses go off because you know that you're surrounded by some people who are not vibrating on the same frequency. They don't have the same vision of yours. They don't have the same, they don't see themselves in the mirror the same way that you see yourself. They don't see their people the same way that you see your people. They see their people as something to scowl at, and they look down upon. But then when Shay Whitey pop up, and like I said, I was in Texas. I was in Clear Lake and League City. I went to Moody Island and all of that. And I saw the pedigree of white people out there. I saw the quote unquote, I saw the trailer trash stock. I saw the pedigree of inbred. I saw it in real life of what it looked like when the cousin married a cousin. Right? And I was like, if our people let these people hold them down, if our people are allowing this stock of people to oppress them, then they deserve everything that they get. Straight like that. No fucking remorse. I might even help them. If they're allowing this weak pedigree, this weak stock to run them or to have them in fear or to control power, oh no. Oh hell no. Nigga, what? Are you serious? That's what we're allowing. And then, like I said, I was there and I was around all of these inbred people. But guess who was the loudest, most ratchet, most disagreeable group of people that was showed up? Niggas. So I was around the lowest of the lowest, of the lowest, of the trashiest of white folk that you could get in America. Damn near. I wasn't maybe in West Virginia or some other, but from what I was looking at, I was like, this is the bottom of the totem. And they got out trashed by some niggas that look like niggas. How about that? And to the point where they had the white folk, the inbred, this is the motherfucking hillbillies. They looking at each other and then looking at these unruly niggas like, you see these niggas? You see these fucking, you see these unruly ass. And before that, right? Before that, there was a group of us who were of a higher frequency, right? And they were feeling intimidated by our presence. They was feeling stunted on. They were feeling uncomfortable because they had no conversation for us. You know what I'm talking about? Hey. They had no conversation for, they had nothing to say to us. They could not relate. They were trying to come up with small talk, but at the end of the day, I'm not really there to be hugging and fucking, sitting on nobody's lap. If I'm taking my daughter somewhere to have fun, I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm not coming in the place with my nose in the air. I'm not coming to look for no smoke. I'm coming turned down. I'm just coming to enjoy my time with my child. But that don't mean you need to count my cavities. Yeah, you see the Becky one to drip. That don't mean that you got to count you don't have to see my teeth. I don't have to grin and skin every time you say something. That's not what, I'm not required to do no stupid shit like that. Right? So we was just minding our own business, carrying on, enjoying life. But when you feel motherfuckers looking at you because there's eyeballs all on your neck, and I'm looking around, I see Roscoe Biko train, Boss Hog in them. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm shaking them off. And I'm still doing what I'm doing, but I'm feeling that there's a shift in the power dynamics. And then lo and behold, in the eighth inning, before it was all said and done, who comes in through the side door on the nigga train? Niggas. You know what I'm talking about? Nothing to be proud of. You know what I mean? Part of the problem. A big part of the problem. A humongous fucking part of the problem. If you really want to be clear. You know what I'm talking about? A big ass problem. And they made me so uncomfortable. They made me so uncomfortable. And so ashamed. Somebody said the Popeye's Chicken Coalition. Who's going to help these niggas? I'm just saying who, but who? If it ain't, who's going to help them? Who's going to, who could tame them? Who could, you know, who could talk to them? Because it's not going to be white folk. You know what they got for them niggas. They're going to slaughter them. Who is it going to be? The Dominicans? Who they going to send to talk to these niggas? The Koreans who sell them hair? They can't stand them. Who? The Arabs from the gas station? Balky and them? Who are they going to send? The woke people to talk to them? Are they going to send the church folk to talk to them? Because that's the same people that I'm talking about. They made them white people so comfortable. The white people wasn't uncomfortable. When the niggas showed up, they did not have a look of discomfort on their face. They had a look of, whew, it was getting rough for a minute. But now these niggas have filth in the bottom slot and pushed us up. The same thing that the Irish was feeling. The same thing that the Italians were feeling when they were elevated in society to go above us, right? Before that, they were below us. And there was a dynamic that stopped them from rising above that. What happened to make them rise above us to where they could look down on us and feel comfortable now that unsophisticated, a weaker stock of us showed up and took the motherfucking stage? What was it? Was it drugs? What are we going to do about the folks coming home early from jail? We're going to teach them about the new economies, and then they're going to have to get it how they live. We got to teach them. It's like 8 new economies. There's the share economy, the collaborative economy, the disruption economy, the trust economy. There's the gig economy. There's mad economies. You teach the brothers who just came home, because to be honest with you, some of them are more susceptible to win and to take this shit than niggas who are basically been here and never did a bid. And you know, you can't teach the dog new tricks, but you could teach somebody who's just coming home, who, you know, they don't know nothing of what's going on practically. So you could program them. You could download some shit into their minds. You could talk to them about coding, app development. You could talk to them about gigs like Uber, gig economy, Uber and Lyft. You could explain to them certain things about, you know, how to make money via the internet. There's many different ways, and it's legal. I mean, the looks from when I'm coming from the studio at 4 in the morning, and I might take the train, from the looks of it, niggas done took all of the slots for the construction. Right? Like, they got that. That's the de jure coming home job. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I couldn't even I tried to get a job in construction in 2014. it took me like 6 months to get a gig. And then the week that I was working there, they dropped a humongous concrete, like a cinder block on my helmet. I was in a basement doing demolition, and a fucking Ecuadorian, not a Mexican, right? Dora's brother, he dropped a fucking a cinder block on my helmet, fam. Nigga, if I wasn't wearing a helmet, I would be looking like the nigga, one of the aliens from Men in Black on this show right now. Now I would have a mushed face. Nigga, I would have a bobblehead. You know what I'm talking about? Because that shit would have split my head into two. And then to top that off, I'm on, so they take me from the basement because I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Like, nigga, I saw my life flash before me. How much am I getting paid an hour again? So they put me on a roof, and then they strapped a harness to me because we were pulling the roof up. I love demolition. Let's get it clear. I love to tear buildings up. That is a stress reliever. You know, I pick up the sledgehammer. I'll pick up the jackhammer. I love that shit. It is something I know, you know, I don't know. It just does something to me. And I like to build. I like to do the whole building process as well. But I like demolition. So they like, you know what? Go to the roof. We're gonna put you on the roof, and you'll tear up the roof and whatever. You tear up the, you know, the I don't know the fucking term of it, but big wooden blocks. So they strap my harness to a fucking, you know, I got a harness on with a rope, and it's strapped to some shit holding me up. Why the goddamn roof fell out from under my legs, and I was being hoisted by a fucking harness. You know what I'm talking about? And then when I got my check, they took money out of my check. I didn't even get my full pay, yo. So guess who never came back to that job the next Monday? Yeah, me. You know what I'm talking about? So all of the construction jobs seem to be taken. And I would not say, oh, go into the construction, because you got to go up against the Ecuadorians, the Mexicans, everybody that's coming over on the flotilla. You know what I'm saying? Because they're taking those jobs. So what I would say is tap into the new economies. Blue Pill has a hemp revolution going on that I'm finna hop into, because yeah, Blue, I read that book. Yeah, I'm almost finished. The Hempire. You know what I'm talking about? You're gonna call me Sean Hemp in a minute. You know what I mean? You're gonna call me Sean Hemp. I'm gonna be drinking from a hemp cup. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be hemping in a minute, because that revolution is real. So tell all them drug dealers to get into the legal drug game. You know what I mean? Try their way into that game, because you got white people who sent you to jail getting mad rich. Do you know that you got judges leaving the bench, hopping into the weed game because there's so much money in it? You know what I'm talking about? Somebody said they can't have all the jobs. Yeah, they can't have all the jobs, but niggas fucked that up in the 80s and the 90s when they could have consolidated the power, but they were selling drugs. Let's be clear. They were selling crack, or they were smoking it. And when they put down the hammers and they picked up the blickies, when they put down the hammers that were used in construction, and they picked up the hammers to kill each other, then other groups came and picked those hammers up. So now you gotta wait your turn. You know what I'm saying? Now you gotta wait your turn, because you're not gonna just mosey all into a multi-billion-dollar industry that the mafia, the Russian mafia, the Italian mafia, the Jewish mafia on top, because they're the ones with the contracts that are handing them out. It's all you niggas don't have a mafia. You don't got a mafia. You niggas got gangs, and nobody is feeding the gang. You're a bottom feeder. We belong to a bottom feeder culture. We don't have organized nothing. There's no organization. The only organization that's organized is the Nation of Islam. And why do I say that? Because they're everywhere that I go. I just was at Riverside Church at the Martin Luther King 50th celebration. When I say I'll show you the flyer. When I say everybody was there, I was in the green room, fam. Everybody was there. They brought everybody there. I mean, you know, everybody from the woke, everybody, you know, all of them people. The Kaepernick crew. Yeah, they use the gangs as grunts. They use the gangs as earners in 2020. You niggas was earners in the 1920s, and niggas is still earners in 2020. So I never want to have that conversation about niggas being tough or any of that stupid shit, because it's not true. They sold you a lemon. You understand? And I don't respect niggas that's still following that false narrative. It's not real. There's a difference between a fucking gangster and a thug. And then there's a big difference between a mobster and a gangster. And niggas have not made it past. They went backwards. They were headed somewhere, but then they became thugs. So I can't even talk to no thugs. The NOIs in Chicago, why won't they help? Nigga, did you been to Chicago? That's a big ass problem that is out there. You know? That's a big ass problem. How they gonna help do what? They gonna stop a gang? What do you want them to do? They're helping. If you niggas want to leave the gang and become the Nation of Islam, there's your help. You know? What they gonna do? What you want them to be? Human shields and whatnot? You know what I'm saying? When I say that they're organized, I'm saying they got jobs. When I go places like rap shows, nigga, when I go places like Nipsey Hussle's funeral, when I go places where security is needed, they're going to the Nation of Islam. Why the Bloods is not security? Why the fucking Fly Crips is not security at this point? Why they can't be security detail to protect our people? So to tell me that, oh, they gonna protect the neighborhood, nigga, I don't believe you, because you can't show me where they're doing it outside of what you niggas are saying. NOI has the money to help us. Help your fucking self. What are you talking about? NOI got the money to help us. You nigga, you some handout niggas. You gonna go to the temple to get a handout? What you gonna get? Bean pies and newspapers, vouchers or something? What are you talking about? They got the money to help you. They have a nation that they need to feed. Them niggas got they got mouths to feed. What is you talking about? They're self-contained. They're not welfare. Black people always want somebody to help them. That's your problem. That's a slave mentality. Nobody is asking no one for help on this planet but you. It's niggas in shanty towns that won't fix their lips to be like, I need somebody to help me. And you niggas been here the longest. Stop it. Stop it. If you can't look at somebody doing them and get inspired to do you, then something is wrong along the line. Somebody went wrong in your programming. It's basic. It's basic. I get inspired when I see people doing shit that I know that I could do. Or when they doing shit that I want to do. Or they doing shit that I know that we need to be doing. Nobody's going to give us anything because they know who we are, family. And that's nothing against any one of us. If they know that you great, they only going to help out the ones who really need to be helped. And that's not us. because we were on top. We were on top. If you don't understand the dynamics that I'm trying to explain, that going back to earlier, what I was trying to explain to the brother with the whole Moorish malarkey that he's out here talking, that we were on top and we got toppled, and we lost a long contracted battle, and then we got double crossed by the Ottomans and the Turks and a whole bunch of other people. So nobody's gonna help you get back up. You run around the world and fuck everybody's women. You understand? Nobody's gonna help you. And I don't mean to be so quote unquote, but it's after 12. You know what I mean? You are the black man. You are desired by every nation's woman. No one is going to help you. When you come around, they start choosing. Nobody likes that. Nobody's with that shit no more. It used to be cute. Back in the days, we would pull up on ships, we would hop off, and then, like the baby said, what did he say? I fly in my baby. Yeah, we were hopping some things. We was popping. Yeah, big drip. Yeah, I fell in love with a lit here. She wanted on a big crip. Yeah, they was on us. They was on us. We was big drip. And they wanted to, you know, on a lit. They wanted to, yeah, I don't want to be all explicit tonight. But they wanted to ride the boat. Let's just say that. So how dare you? You out here dominating every nation's woman. How dare you niggas ask for help? If you don't get the fuck out of here with that stupid shit. I swear I could tell niggas you're not in touch with your inner ghost, nigga. You don't know the story. It's almost like coming into the movie towards the end and you trying to figure this shit out. You better do your due diligence and figure out how this shit started. Okay? Look at what Becky got to say. She even says it. She'll tell you. Look at her. We have sellouts inside of the community. That's a fact. Yeah, we got our heads cut off. They put our heads on pikes for miles. They burned us as steaks. They cut our phalluses off and put it in jars for their daughters to see. For their wives to see, like, look, we got that nigga's dick in a jar. You go into Dominican Republic. They scared of the Haitian. The Haitian liberated them and went over there and started boning their women, and they caught feelings about that. And then they went and got put back in slavery because they don't want no black men, you know what I mean, all in between the thighs of they little, Pocahontas princesses and whatnot. You know what I'm talking about? You went into Asia. You was running around bedding their women, and they ran you up out of there. You know what I'm saying? You was in Europe, and they ran you up out of there for sleeping with their women, bed wenches. This is not for you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to these niggas, because it wasn't the fact that we had an issue of black women wenching all around the world. You know what I'm talking about? Oh shit, said niggas got a Jesus complex. It wasn't black women that was wenching around the world. That wasn't the problem. It was these niggas. You understand? And they lost their way. It's one thing to spread your seed, right? It's one thing to spread your seed and to build up, we had our little Meghan Markle thing going on. The reverse of her and Harry. You know what I mean? We were the Harrys, and the Beckys was the Meghan Markles. And then there were situations where we had Harrys in our family who basically broke off and took their Becky with them and went on their own. We don't want to be part of this royal family. Y'all making it too hard on the Becky. Y'all got jokes. Y'all saying that she smell when it rains and whatnot. And all of that. And then they took their Becky into Czechoslovakia or some shit, or Yugoslavia, you know what I mean? and then went ahead and tried to build up their own little royal family. That's what I'm talking. Shit like that was going down. They was doing shit like that. And we paid the price. Niggas was violating for box. We paid the price. You know this. I hope you do. So there's no victims in this at the end of the day. This 2020, this is about coming clean and asking for forgiveness, my nigga. This is about atonement. This is about healing family trauma, the last hereditary family drama, family issues that last through the generations. So, you know, we got to get this, we got to get these curses up off of us. You know? Too much. Yeah, too much. Too much. And look at us now. Are people hypnotized? They put value. They put value in what they deem to be the token of Americanism. The highest token of Americanism is a white blonde, right? Not a house in the Hamptons, not an invite to the country club. The highest token for acceptance in America is the white woman. It ain't a white man. He's the provider. He's not the. This is still a colony, nigga. And the queen bee, is the top motherfucking piece. The queen on the chessboard is the top piece. So it's the white bitch. You understand? It's the white Becky. It's the white lady. Whatever you want to call her. She's the top of the totem. She gave birth to these motherfuckers. Right? Not the other way around. It's the white womb. So here you go. Brothers. Look. He said, I'm from Queens. Yes. New York. What's up? See, that's Queens for you. Yes. You know, Lonnie Love. Yeah. You niggas go get Lonnie, man. Leave the Becky alone. Go get Lonnie back. I know somebody take one for the team. That's a lot of breeding, my guy. Somebody said they got to be bred out of existence. That's a lot of humping. You know what I mean? That's a lot of humping. I don't even think we got enough steam in us to sex them out of existence. Yeah, Becky is on this chat trying to sell some box. We already see her. But look, black men laying up with the Beckys, but they're not giving you, you know, what kind of secrets are they revealing? How are they helping progression? You know what I mean? It's not all, but most of it is self-aggrandizement, you know. So until we begin to redefine what value is, see the conversation that we're having as a black people about, oh, black women, they got these zaddies and they treating them like, you know, like these are priceless pieces of, you know, these black women, because the black woman is in America. She belongs to black culture. And black culture is involved in debasement. Not Rap City in the basement. They're involved in debasing what was once valuable. And one of the most debased objects in hip hop culture is the black woman. So, like, if you're in a relationship and you keep mentally abusing, You keep vocally verbalizing, vocally abusing your woman, right? Emotionally abusing her. Fuck you, cursing her out, calling her out of her name, talking to her like a pimp talks down to his bottom bitch. Eventually, she's gonna lose her self-worth, and she's basically going to be susceptible to any flyby nigga. She's gonna be susceptible to any old Johnny come lately who want to come in with a little bit of slick talk about shea butter and my Nubian queen. Because, you know, they got a lot of game watching Tommy on Power. These white niggas, they listening to John B. They not playing. They watching Pornhub. They watching TT Boy. Yeah, they trying to break one of you sisters off. You know what I'm talking about? But they know that they could come into the house because they know that the daddy is not in the house anymore. They know that it's like I said with the music, the fact that we lowered the bar to the place where it's the size of a Tom and Jerry mouse hole. Oh, the white boy could come in now and make music because you niggas is mumbling and it's all about harmonies and whatnot. He could do that. He could do that. So after devaluing the black woman in this debased culture, who comes along in the 8th inning? Because y'all wasn't checking for no white niggas in high school, so cut it out. I used to go to Sheep's Head, and it was all kind of Tim Tebow niggas that was in school with us, and they couldn't get no play, none whatsoever, by the baddies. You understand? They couldn't get no rhythm. They were sniffing drawers and all of that stuff. You know how they get. You gotta love the bots. So they wasn't getting no rhythm, right? They wasn't getting no rhythm in school. I went to New Utrecht, matter of fact. That's in Bensonhurst. I went to New Utrecht right after they killed the black boy. They killed the black, they murdered a young black man. Was it Yusuf Hawkins? Was it Yusuf Hawkins? I think it was Yusuf Hawkins. And I went to I'm talking about the mafia. This is New York. This is Bensonhurst. This is where Sammy the Bull and them was at. And I was in school with mad thoughts, right? Let's just keep it a buck, right? Mad thotties, right? Meaning that they was loose with the drawers. They wasn't giving them white boys no play at all. They wasn't even winking at them. So in the 8th inning, at the bottom of the 8th, when this shit is almost all said and done, here these niggas come snatching up your the sisters on some swirling shit, swirling. And we know the reason that that's happening is because we have debased the value. We have sunken the value. We've taken away the value. It's a value system. We have crashed the stocks on the value, not just of the black woman, but the black man's stock, and their value is in the fucking toilet. So now you're seeing in society that it's not considered to be a quote unquote crime against humanity for our sisters to step out. That's something that, and they're seeing European men as the same way, because another thing that happened, thanks to this all about the Benjamins, thanks to this infatuation with designer, thanks to all of this quote crass capitalism, right? Like I said, it happened. Niggas live in this fake ass fantasy island where, oh, why would you talk about designer clothes if that's what got our people messed up? Nigga, because I was wearing them. What are you talking about? And if I had them still, I'll wear it again. What are you like? I'm not, the clothes didn't fuck us up. The clothes didn't destroy us. It did not destroy us. Even going out to get the clothes, it didn't destroy us. It was the priorities. The other shit that we was not doing destroyed us. Because I could have had some Ralph on and bought me a few houses in Brooklyn before it went gentrification. You know what I mean? The Ralph didn't make us, the Ralph didn't put us to sleep. But when we became all materialistic, it's all about the Benjamins and money trump values. Oh, the white man didn't even have to go to Dominican Republic no more. Do you know pussy is selling for $40 in America? So if I'm a millionaire and I'm in a hotel with a prostitute, right? And she's only $40 in my eyes, right? She's only $40 in my eyes. You just $40. Do you know how low that is? To a nigga who got $1,000? Do you know how low that is to a nigga with $100? I could have sex with you and still have $60 left over. Nigga. You can't even eat at certain restaurants for $40. There's no sneakers on the planet that you could buy for $40 unless they're coming out of Walmart, nigga. It's $40 for some box. I think it's $50 for box and neck. And Rowdy said, hit him with a cash app. Splat, splat. So in an environment like that, don't send me no tweets about black women running around with these white boys. They could buy that shit. Everything is for sale. There's no exclusivity anymore. So that's out the window. So you're gonna see, nigga, you'll see black women with the fucking aliens from Men in Black if them niggas have $40. They fucking everything. The Arab is getting a piece. The Chinese nigga who's selling the nails, and the Korean is fucking. The whatchamacallit, the white boy, the Confederates, the KKK, they don't care who it is. The police is getting, they getting it in. Everybody's getting a piece. So I'm just waiting for the reset button because that's where it's going to take at this point. That's what it's going to take at this point. There's nothing that you could do to turn that around. There's nothing that you could do to refine that. There's nothing that you could do. The only thing that could stop that is revolution, a bloody one at that, or not even a war. World War III will not stop the downward spiral of our community. It will not stop the debasement of our community. It will accelerate it. So the only thing that would stop that is if Iran came up in this bitch and start chopping you chicks in half or something. I don't know. But I don't know what will stop it because it's in cruise control. It's not even pimp driven. There's no pimps driving these prostitutes, nigga. Spotify is. Spotify is the pimp. It's the Cardi B playlist, nigga. She's telling them everything to do. Snapchat is the pimp. Instagram Premium is the pimp, nigga. Snapchat Premium is the pimp. They don't have no pimps. Snoop Dogg is the pimp, nigga. I don't know who the pimp is. They don't even have a pimp. So there is no head of the dragon. It's just a bunch of dragons. Yeah, OnlyFans is the pimp, nigga. Let's keep it 1,000. So to see black women zaddy worshiping, that's a no-brainer. Nigga, the whole culture is debased. Look at what your homegirl said. I can't blame her when white zaddy Section 8 provides for her. So white zaddy got Section 8 now. Is this a Russian bot? Talk to me. Is this a Czechoslovakian bot? What part of Russia is this bot from? Is this bitch from the Ukraine? Like, what part of Russia? Talk black to me. So, you know, it looks crazy from a bird's eye and a worm's eye view on both ends. I talked about these brothers, and I talked about their counterparts as well, because it's crazy on both sides. I see you niggas probably in Miami, and we'll really check it out during the Super Bowl. We'll really take a toll on how crazy this is. I want to see the debauchery. That's why I might go. I want to witness it firsthand. I want to see how really low this shit has fallen. I want to see Kali Yuga up front. And if you anywhere to go to see Kali Yuga is definitely Miami when a bunch of niggas get together, right? Anybody who used to go to Memorial Weekend, you'll understand what I'm saying. But we've been in here for a minute, y'all. So I'm finna tap out. Like I said, it's been a very interesting night. It was a good ride. We will get back. We will get back to you. Triple M, you going through a lot, huh? They trying to play you, baby. You know, did you see that? Did you see the 12-year-old street hoe on World Star? Did you see it? Huh? Did you see it? It was sad. You know? It was sad. Well, thank you, everybody, for your time. The Cash App is right here. You know, leave a tip. You know what I'm talking about? Leave a, you know, this is a plate right here. Just leave it, you know. I'm not even going to bring the bill out tonight. Just leave a tip before you leave. I will see you on Wednesday with Dr. Phil Valentine. That is the Know the Ledge Radio 2020. Like I said, we're doing our 10-year anniversary by interviewing all of the legends from Know the Ledge Radio. And Dr. Phil Valentine was one of he was on our inaugural show, our first show. It was Sister Roz, and then Dr. Phil called in. So you'll get to see Dr. Phil Valentine, the master teacher, on Wednesday. And before that, you'll get to see, I think it's at 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Eastern, Wednesday. And then Blue Pill should be here tomorrow with Tough Talk Tuesday. Tough Talk Tuesday. If you missed the show, Know the Ledge Radio, you know, fret not. We're back. The dynamic of red and blue, we're back. And now you can see us. We're on the internet, but we'll also upload the audio to our Anchor. So go to Know the Ledge Radio on Anchor or on Spotify. I'm sorry, Spotify. I'm on 8 platforms. Let me see real quick. I'm gonna take you to the page. Let's see, is this Anchor? I'll show you the page so you see what it looked like. You can hear the audio of tonight's show. You can hear the audio Oh, you hear that? You hear them coins dropping? Thank you, whoever sent the Cash App. I appreciate you. You can hear the audio from tonight's show on Anchor. So that's like when you riding and whatnot, you might be cleaning up the bando, you know what I'm talking about? And you want to just hear the audio. You're tired of looking at my face. You just want to hear the audio. Go to the Anchor, Know the Ledge Radio, and you'll have audio only. And you also can access an archive of hundreds of shows from our 10-year Know the Ledge Radio podcast, right? And that should be interesting. You get to hear, you get to hear some prophecy, to be honest with you. Because if you listen to some old Sabi and Valentine and Blair, bro, and Rashid, A.A. Rashid, you listen to straight prophecy. And they giving this up in like 09, 2010. And the information is about, they're talking about, remember, they're speaking into the future. The answer that when they wrote the Bible, when they wrote the Biblios Helios, they were writing into the future, right? They're not reading the Bible, of course, but they're writing in the future. They're writing about the future because they could see the future. Time, centrifugal, not linear. So everything is happening at once. The past, the present, and the future. Make sure you go and see Black Magic 363. I was trying to pull up the Anchor page, but it's acting funny. Black Magic 363. Me and Rich did an interview at the Black Comic Festival in Harlem at the Schomburg on Saturday. And that video is one of the illest videos that I did this whole year. I mean, the year just started, of course. But that's one of the illest videos. That's a fact. We went all the way in. Infudishi, the master teacher. That's all I got to say. He come in. Infudishi, body that. Hell yeah, Reverend Phil was speaking into the future. And that's why I got mad love for Dr. Phil Valentine. That is my master teacher. I'm proud to say that. How do I feel about Wilder Fury? I'm disturbed by Fury, Tyson Fury, saying that he masturbates 7 times a day preparing to fight Wilder. Deontay Wilder. That's some homoerotic shit if I've ever heard of it. You preparing to fight a black man who you hugged at the last fight and kissed, right? And then you beating off 7 times. Thinking, because you're not beating off and you're not thinking about this black man. No, you're thinking about him as you kill yourself. And to me, that's the most homoerotic shit. And he's going to appeal to all of these MMA niggas, all of these niggas who want to, eat Conor McGregor's shorts. All of them niggas is homoerotic. I went to a wrestling match with my son. The whole stadium was homoerotic. You know what I'm saying? The whole shit was mad homo. They was going crazy over Roman Reigns. A little too crazy. You know what I'm talking about? So for Tyson Fury to say that he's spilling his seed is the opposite of how they train the fighters. The fighters are supposed to retain their seed. You're not supposed to have sexual intercourse whilst in training because you will spill your seed and get weaker. So for him to say that he's masturbating, thinking about Tyson knocking out Deontay Wilder, he's watching black porn, right? He's watching black porn. He's watching black swords swing around. You understand? And he's tapping into his white, no, not ejaculation. He's tapping into his white fragility, which deals with male phallus worship. Dr. Francis Cress Wilson broke that down to you. Phallus worship, black penis worship, black snake moan. Like the movie that what's his name did? Samuel Jackson. Snakes on a Plane, nigga. That's what he's doing. It's what they do, because it's what they do in the locker rooms for football. It's what they do in all organized sports. They fetish over the black male phallus. Okay? Oh yeah, he definitely wants to get beat by a black man. He wants to get knocked out and stood over by that big bulging black man. He's masturbating, thinking about that big black man beating on him. Any way around it, he's going to get off. He's like, yo, I'm just here to get beat up on, and maybe I might get the belt, and maybe I might not get the belt, but guess what? That nigga's going to beat on me. I'm going to get some, I'm going to get some sadomasochism. Right? Yeah, ODB got the arrest warrant for patting the officer on the butt. I listened to Marshawn Lynch today, and he was on the stage. Maybe the footage will be flying around. And he was kind of talking about, the slave mentality, the plantation mentality inside of, it starts at Pop Warner. It starts at Pop Warner. It starts when they're little boys, White Zaddy, you know what I mean? That plantation daddy it is, who doesn't teach them anything but to run with a fucking ball. He don't even teach them how to save he don't teach them how to spend their money. Yeah, that shit with ODB, that was homoerotic. When he slapped the officer on the butt, did the officer do anything? The officer's inside of a locker room with a bunch of young niggas smelling like football games and whatnot, and another man slap you on the butt and you didn't do nothing? Yeah, what is that? You feel me? Think about it mentally, psychologically. What is that? Because if anybody smacks me on the butt, I'm gonna smack them in their face. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not just gonna smack them. I'm gonna back smack them like some whole shit. Like, wait, what? How dare you? I didn't score a touchdown, nigga. I didn't score a butt. I didn't score a basket. You can't touch my buttocks. No, the Cherry Crews thing was something. Yeah, that was in front of his wife, and that was a nigga grabbing his package. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, any proof of the yeah, I seen the footage. Hell yeah, I seen the footage in the locker room. They had that on a loop. They had that on a loop. Yeah, look, if somebody is into dominatrix, if somebody is into sadomasochism, you could beat them to a pulp. They will orgasm. They will have an orgasm. She said, we the future. She not talking. Yeah, when he did that interview. Yeah, and the interviewer went in to kiss him. It's called fetishment of melanin. It's called fetishing of melanin. It's called a fetishing of melanin. And there's a large contingency of some black men who got propositioned at a bar, right? At a party, a house party, at the water cooler. And they took that proposition. Now they fly that flag. But that's how it started. You know what I'm talking about? It started like that. I'm about to go watch Aaron Hernandez talk about, the homicidal homosexual. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go watch the Aaron Hernandez story. I heard they was pushing that shit real hard on that. So yeah, you dead set. Yeah, you right about that. You know, I'm gonna get that call from Tariq Nasheed, and we're gonna go in on the buck breaking thing. You know, we're gonna talk about it. Yeah, tanks with a whole bunch of sugar in it. Not sugar in your tank, nigga. Tank with sugar. How about it? You know, but with that being said, I'm out of here. Love and light. We 4 hours in. So hit up that Cash App. I'll see y'all on Tuesday. I see y'all on Wednesday. And link up with Blue Pill on Tuesday for Tough Talk Tuesday. All right? Peace.